Howdy, hey, how's y'all day, morning, afternoon, evening, night, whatever it may be. I hope it is going swell, and hopefully there's not a whole lot of audio struggle busts this time. So we're gonna get a couple of games of League in, then we'll be moving back over to the trial where we'll continue day either 3 or 4, part 1, and then we might be able to get part 2 in depending on how long those are, but definitely already have a queue. So aha, oh man, the green screen is still a little there. Oh dadgum, I was so excited. It looked like I had it done, but it was on a black background, so I guess, just like with clothes, it made it look a lot better than what it actually was. Actually, clothes makes it look exactly right, okay? It's stripes that fuck it up. Okay, but not joking. So, there we go. Maybe I'll shrink the screen because that's a little annoying, right? I even added lights over on this side in an attempt to make it better. That's so unfortunate. Dang. So I'll have to figure out. I mean, that's not bad. It's not bad on this. It's not the worst. I've seen worse. Okay, anyway. I hope I'm support. I hope I'm not jungle. Sounds like no. I don't have smite. Nice.
Welcome.
Thanks, League, for doing one thing automatically. Alright, my hand is too close to my keyboard. I need to resituate myself.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
But I hope you have those coffees ready to go. It's really I feel horrible having it in this mug, but I really didn't want to make another fucking dish, to be honest. Who's got it burning, burning, burning in the tavern? Who's got it burning, burning, burning? Oh.
Genders are more easily discerned with a pinch of their
Minions have spawned.
Gowan. Oh, my hand still feels too close. Maybe put it over here. Yeah. I resituate everything when recording and doing editing and stuff. But I just really felt like streaming right now. I missed this morning's stream. I want to do the morning coffee situation, but I figure an afternoon coffee is nice too. I don't like good afternoon coffee. My settings for League? My settings are not. Oh! My feet. So much wrong. Let's go. If you hit my ADC, I hit yours. And give you a little tickle poo. Little tickle poo, Senna. Aw, Twitch, you came back for more. I knew you were flirting with me. I knew it. I really thought I was gonna get my double there. And that's why I really love doubles. Because you can't, really plan. You can get a good estimate. was a good guess. Just like even for one. But so many attempts at autoing with these tentacles. Oh, when your tentacle is too big. Too big. It's just trying to steal all of me. So what, Jungle's trying to gank right now? Who's it, Jungle? Do, 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 do. Looks like things and stuff are happening.
An enemy has been slain.
No, Cinna. You will not get your extra little side. I just got two on accident. Whoop. Whoop, whoop.
Killing spree. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Causes them distress.
I'll go and try and get
To
back
date,
now.
none have survived predicament.
Olaf! I just want summertime. It's a good time to stay in and snuggle. But put him in. What? Like. Summer?
Creatures of blood and flesh.
What? I don't know. I love Josh Gad though. He's an inspiration. Fuck with me. No. I wish I had mana. I wanna play. What do I get to do? Fuck.
Ally has been slain.
Ah! Take that, Twitch. One last cute face.
An enemy has been slain.
I know that man is struggling. I didn't place my shit. Hannah Lee B1313 on Twitch, by the way, if you're cool enough to be on Twitch.
There is much to learn about this world.
Gotta drag up.
Humans, simple, messy. Yes,
Needed
exceptional.
to switch over to the other trinket. Real bad. One thing that's super annoying is I've noticed they've really done a very bad job with shotguns being exposed by pin boards. Fairly confident also
Has been slain.
Twitches, because I've noticed that in the past as well. Was it weird?
Use the darkness.
So weird, right?
An ally has been slain.
Come on, it went behind the minion. Let's go. was a really good turn.
High concentration of subjects. Wonderful.
Man, I wish I had like 40 more mana. Dope. Trinket
Extraordinary.
for the opponent. Oh man, okay, so I'm looking.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I always gather samples anytime I go to Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever. But since there was mold found in the corners of the thing, looked at like a little pocket. Exposed. And no. No. Wrecked. Get wrecked. Feels good. Oh. Silas?
The light here is harsh.
Okay, anyway. Okay. So, I just have it like laying here so I can like see it and be like, ooh, that's a good looking color there. Be like, ah! Can't believe I ever liked that color. Do I have taste? Oh. Thinking Taco Bell is good.
My presence causes them.
An enemy has been slain.
Fuck off! Yes, misfortune. Oh, it's so juicy and so fast.
To date, none have
15-6,
survived
good shit.
preliminary
Your
testing.
team has destroyed a turret.
So, I don't know if you hear that. That is smoothie. I really try not to have them whenever I am streaming because I'm a fucking weirdo.
Odd
And that's how I drink it.
blood and flesh.
And y'all probably don't wanna hear that the whole time. Now, if there is a niche little group who wouldn't mind, you've just opened yourself up to a whole hour of lunch content. Yeah, only weirdo stream. What it do, Monkey? How are you? I guess that's why we are friends. We are both weirdos. I feel like I've missed your stream for a while. But I will say that kind of ninja, the Bezos ripping game. I think back on that fondly. That's pretty neat. day is going swell. Where'd you go? I wish I didn't like streaming as much as I do. And like recording games. Joking! I totally appreciate it. Because then I wouldn't have nutted up to get this awesome cat costume. Which is so cozy. Which did lead to me getting one of the cutest red panda costumes. Which I did use in the trial here whenever I was doing that. Just imagine playing a real. A red panda that gets sawed. So cute. Stupid amounts of Oh! He took his ult! That's so funny. I could buy.
Victory.
Wait, it held it? Why did it held it for weirdos? Oh my gosh. Why so sensitive, bot? Oh my lord. I didn't realize I'd have to go through and coddle the shit out of you. Fucking. Didn't realize you were a Gen Z bot. So sensitive. Not gonna lie, I played League once, and the welcome I got made me not want to ever play it again. Yeah, I know you're a Final Fantasy player, and they're so nice. So nice. Oh, fuck me. Wait 1 second. Man, everybody already left lobby. Slagging. Okay. Here we go. And yeah, Final Fantasy, they're so nice. Like, the first time I did like a duty or like a dungeon or whatever it was, like a group thing with strangers, orgy if you will, I got like a pat on the head. I was a healer, and because my first class or whatever was the Scholar? Is it Scholar? Yeah, and then Summoners with Carbuncle, Scholars with the Fairy. And I got like a pat on the head, like a little pat pat. And then a good job. And I was like, what is it? What do you want? Is this sarcastic? Are you... I'm so used to League where like the only way you're getting a GG is if it's like GG forfeit at 15 or like a GG we finally got the dub and I never have to see you fuckers again. Like this was right. Autobot's super sensitive. Doesn't know what to do. This is way before I played Final Fantasy. See, and even then you just knew it was wrong. I don't understand, like, what wires got crossed in my head that make me think, or, You know what? This is peer pressure. The only reason I play League is because my friends in college played and they got me to start playing it. So, yep, since probably 2014 I've been playing. And I didn't even start playing ranked until like I was well out of college. Maybe 18? It's crazy. We're in 2023. Time like, man, I'm starting to feel old. Speaking of feeling old, okay, so I've always wanted to turn gray. Like, my dad grayed early, my mom grayed like normal, but my granddad has like silver fox hair, my granny has like silver fox hair. Like, I've always been looking forward to it. But I was messing with my bun because I like to wear a messy top bun, and I like, I don't know, pulled it over to like try to make it looser or something, and then I just noticed like strands of gray. Look, I wanted gray like up, like, you know, like Storm from X-Men. Like I wanted like a distinguished like look. Instead I get this awkward little like bling bling patch like underneath it all that makes it just look like, did you get like caulking in your hair? Like, and I've recently caulked my windows, so it wasn't even have them. It's not aesthetically pleasing. I pulled them and I'm gonna give them another shot. Maybe they will sprout somewhere more appropriate for this fine head of hair. Okay. Okay, gray hairs. I'm talking to you right now. But yeah, I've always been like. Anyway, I digress. What was my vision score? Vision score 26 in 15 minutes. Oh, that's so weak. So weak. But that's good LP to start the situation. Also, this weekend is Clash. If enough people, also don't forget to go into your TFT and get their little free things. I actually love that emote for whenever I get like super tilted from missing cues. This is actually perfect. On my mother's side, my grandpa had gray, silver, white hair. My grandmother had white hair. And my dad is going bald. It's not based off of your dad. It's based off of your mom's dad, if you'll go bald, by the way. Just, you know, for guys who are scared about that stuff, it's your mom's dad. There's another one! Free! I love the free. I think this is a little... Oh, for... Yes, for ARAMs. And I love what they did with ARAM. I'm glad that they added those, Let me just start Q, that way this can get going. I love that they put the little... Zoom! Little hex tech gates to get you to your place. And then if you're not paying attention and you're just like on habit, use it. And then like opponents push to the tower where it is. Yeah, it's fun. It separates the aware from the unaware. With a full set of hair. Nice. Then you're good. You're good. Feels bad for my brother. My mom's dad was certainly not a full head of hair. Papa rocked a look for sure. For sure. Let's see, can I move over to this? By the way, whenever I was figuring out what my sound issue was, which I still haven't figured out, but it didn't come back. I don't know what it was. Maybe my computer was just like, meow. I don't do sound, because it kicked the sound from Subnautica and my mic, so that was really weird, but it was coming up on my my streaming environment as all audio was a-okay and solid. So, you know, what can you do whenever it's like something beyond your control, you know? Such is life. I kind of want to... Oh, we'll be picking at the same time. Or? Oh my gosh, and it works! Fuck yes, thank you for doing that. Thank you for the redemption of your feathers. It worked. I hope you heard it, because it worked for me. That makes me want to... Strawberry banana. I've never had a blender before, and about a week into having moved, I was like, fuck it. Got one. And I've had a smoothie practically like every day, except for probably like that first week plus 10 days. Oh yeah. Blender life is real. See, I knew I wanted one. It worked. Did you hear it? Did you hear it? I hope you heard it, because I definitely heard it. Oh, it did work. What? Oh man, I think my like subtle dyslexia just showed. Daggum. So fun fact, if you are you get found out about dyslexia whenever you're a kiddo, because it's how you write your I have a Ninja blender. No, it's totally a leaf blower in your face. You have to leave it. And, like, the good thing about it being so loud is, like, I can just, like, turn it on to blend and walk away and do something real quick and then come back. Because I don't like having the spontaneous large pieces of ice. That's not my favorite thing in the world. And, okay, I'm fine having armor. And, it brings you back because it's so fucking loud. You can't say you forgot about it. That is for sure with my ADD. But so, with dyslexia, you get found out because of how you write things and stuff. And I always, you know, like, I completely recall getting my B's and D's confused. But arguably, that's common. And then somebody told me, like, some just like tip on how to remember when I don't even remember it anymore, but like it's really on like whenever you read and stuff like that. But you get found out whenever you're a kiddo by like how you write shit, specifically your name. Now, if your name happens to be a palindrome, you can get right into you can go far and people won't notice at all. Like, they'll be like, oh, I like... Oh. I mean, this is gonna hit home. But like, oh, you read slow, or like, oh, you're dumb. Like, whenever like you like read out loud, you get tossed that little ball in class, and then you have to read out loud, and then you're like, oh god, no, and then you start getting all sweaty, your feet sweat for some reason in between your toes. Oh! But I digress. I digress because we're playing. If you know, you know. But my name is a palindrome, so I got away with it for a long time. And I'm sitting there like, I'm not dumb. And then it wasn't until much later I learned that my dad has dyslexia. My sister has dyslexia. Like, it was 100% guaranteed. And honestly, I am not opposed to having been able to get away with it for so long. Let's go. Give me a red. Give me a red. Yes, thank you, Fortune. So juicy.
First blood.
And that's a stack on Vigor! Get wrecked! Get wrecked, Miss Fortune. Yeah, I wish I had that word.
Discern by the pitch of their cries.
Do I? Do I do it? Just make sure it's too low. Too low to be comfy. It's all about that appropriate focus thing. Give it to Kindred. Yes! Kindred. Your puppy told me. That is not a bad start. Good shit. If she wanted red, I'd give it to her. I'd totally give it to her. Oh, it's hard to be a jungler with no team echo. Should I type something to tilt him early so that way he rips his team?
Such
Ruins their entire mental. Oh, fuck yes. I am so excited. So the first time I made it to silver, I played Vigor support. Minion, you couldn't have sucked it in for me. Give me back the $5. Clearly you don't need a membership. You really want to do something. Come on, don't. I'm gonna tell Zaya. Give me some trouble. Walk over and face
Has been slain.
So one thing I learned by
An enemy
being forced to play fucking Kindred. I hate going against Miss Fortune just because her speed really makes it a little bit more difficult to land the Qs. It's good practice though. Is pay attention to Kindred's little things, like where she needs to go. Because if the other team is smart, they will also pay attention to this and oh man, I've never bumped a not a Kindred, Rakan mid. Fuck. Oh, that was satisfying. I wish I had mana right now. 2 minutes so I can go get the seed. See, that emote would be perfect for this. I mean, it's all about distracting, honestly. That's what it's about. Pulling the ADC from the farm. Pushing them away from the XP. She's behind on farm, which means Vigor has a good bit of stacks. 44 already, good shit. 5 minutes? Oh. Man. And you know, I should have been trying to play that Vigor as ADC whenever I was playing Vigor in bot lane. Those stacks are so nice. I just hate CS. I hate trying to get that. I hate feeling like, meh. Like I already get super tilted whenever I miss my oh, Kendra, yes. I'm so sorry. It is habit. It's like, asking somebody to eat Cheetos. You know? Misfortune, come here. Is this a bot? Is Misfortune a bot? I feel like she's a bot. What if Misfortune was?
Exceptional.
Good job, dudes. Every time I hear dude, I can't help but idea. Turtles. Almost. If you had waited just a little bit longer, you would have been able to get it. Is that little seed there? Seed. Man, I wish I had mana. Come on, Echo, get a little closer. Come on. Come get me, Malphite. I don't even need a ward there to know where you are. Don't even need a ward. But I will take an award. Nice kill.
My presence causes them distress.
I can actually take her. Oh, she's the bummer.
An enemy has been
So where's the
slain.
ward?
An ally has been slain.
Genders are more
Where's
easily
the
perceived
ward?
by the pitch of their cries.
And then whenever I get back, I'll be able to hit 6. Let's do that. She's gotta be. She's gotta be a bot. She's not moving at all. Predictable. I mean, I'll take it. I appreciate it. There's gotta be another one. They saw me put a ward here. I'm so confused. Where's sure misfortune's odd. She's so lucky he took that. You know,
An ally has been slain.
nope. Oh, I'm amazed. I'm actually amazed. That was so tight. So tight. Ooh. That's gonna get me. Come on, Vigar, release this Vigar. An auto. A burn. An auto, a burn. A burn, auto. Burn an auto.
Creatures mewing
Let's go, team. Good shit.
Godlike. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I just sipped a smoothie like a normal human being and it felt so wrong. That being said, had I thought prior to... Oh, this is gonna be a... Had I thought prior to having liquid in my mouth, I most definitely would have said sorry about this. I'm sorry, Vigar. I just want to push the fucking tower. Are you kidding me? I can't take a fucking... Whew. I knew she was gonna get it. They should fork it. I'm sorry, Vigar, it's habits. I just want to push it. Push.
Enemy has been slain.
Oh, nice, I have my runes from... Oh, so I have no mana. That's why the mana situation checked. I checked for, which damage reduction I had. I checked for making sure my fucking, eyeball rune was right. Which maybe it's not, actually, now that...
Killing spree.
Yeah, no, that's right. But I definitely have nullifying orb rather than mana. I never check that. That's funny. The only time I change it is whenever I've done an ARAM, and I'm sure last time I played League, I was just doing ARAMs. I got like super tilted last time I played. or the time before last.
This is a fragile species.
That being said, I'm so excited to stream Subnautica with y'all. Like, fuck, it's such a fun game, and I've really been trying not to pay attention to the storyline in the, like, because whenever it comes to, like, things like that, I would really like to play it kind of through first, and then Bump? Bump? Why didn't you go Bump? Fuck me. Except for in the case of Fear, just because I did look up how long it would take to play through that game, and they said like 7 hours, so that's why I did it first. But, I mean, also, even before I was streaming, I had played Subnautica a little itty bitty bit. Somebody suggested it back in the day, and I really didn't get far. I think I had just found, like, cave sulfur or something, and was like, yeah, I'm good. I got blown up and kept dying or something, so it's a fucking noob scrub. And, then a few years later, decided to pick it up again, and then was like, oh, I want to stream this game, because I remembered it was pretty. Or I saw somebody streaming it. Oh, I saw Patastic P streaming it, and that's who made me want to pick it up again. Just
Shut down.
like, and I literally caught like the last day of the storyline stream. So, and I quickly ended it because I realized, man, it's so pretty. I should play this again. And muted it, you know. But what's it called? Currently, worked. Quite hard. I'm really just building. Like, I'm doing a survival craft mode essentially. Like, I'm not paying attention to the storyline, but I'm progressing with the storyline, and so I just went back to like one of the first situations where they had me do a meetup. And, like, I'm trying not to spoil anything, and was actually amazed as to what I found, which I was amazed to what I found whenever I first went, and I kind of like, I learned, because I didn't know, and all I know is in that game, like, everything wants to kill you, and I had set myself up enough of like bringing water and food, because it's a survival game, like they're not going to give you buddies to survive with, but my optimism lingered for so long. Good push here with Kindred, feels good. And was really amazed, actually kind of sad that I didn't explore that area the first time I went around, but I was scared, like, you know. Burn, yes! Burn like pork chops! Get him, Kindred. Get him, Kindred. And so yeah, I'm just super stoked to get to play Subnautica with y'all. I'm probably gonna have to figure out the correct settings again, because I definitely did change them back to the nice settings. Will I try at the end of today's stream to pull it up and just see how laggy it is? Yes, yes I will. But we're not gonna say that that's a bad note to end on, because it's a...
Human melting point remains inconsistent.
I'm about to die. Never mind. I thought they split up and they were gonna smoosh me.
That's
I guess not.
unexpected.
Hey, Vigar, want some stacks? I swear I'm not pushing lane again. They're probably. Why didn't they get ready for this? It's almost up. Oh, they're so dumb. Team death. I would be offended if you. But my team is ready. At least I got my ult off, like was able to contribute what I could contribute. Wasn't a long term. I'd be really upset if I was the Rakan. Because the Rakan has a good good concept for it. This Misfortune obviously is a bot. And the Malphite's fine.
Shut
Echo's
down.
fine. Gangplank's fine. Yeah.
My presence causes them distress.
Am I tempted to go up top? No. Okay. Oh yeah, I also agree with that. Because I mean, they could have a Malphite ult, then have like Gangplank pop his ult there, and then have Echo come in, and then pop his ult there, and make sure that we all just linger there and take See, they both can do the damage. I need to stay away and not let this Gangplank come back. Gangplanks and Malphites can carry teams. Certainly true. But let me just say, we haven't been playing with our Shin.
Your turret has been destroyed.
AKA, we haven't been playing with our tank.
Mega protocol initiated.
So, that being said, if it actually turned into a 5v5, we could easily take them. 100%. I take Baron.
An ally has been slain. An
bot.
enemy has been slain.
Bot that Caesar's view is so nice of her.
Double kill.
One thing that does annoy me about this elo is people wait an appropriate amount of, like, they don't pay attention to people's death timer. She's not just trying to back. To be quite honest. Surprised.
Another entity.
Has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Hey, Kindred. Yeah, that'd be wise. 100%.
Check this out.
An ally has been slain.
Fuck! Get wrecked!
Rich with information.
Oof. Indeed. Would have been more fun to give the kill to him. No. What?
An enemy has been
That's
slain.
funny. Was that a... No, what was that? That was this. was gameplay gold for a second. Oh god. Yeah, we need the guys. Just because then whenever we get one of my bombs or we have a Caitlyn. We got a cupcake? Oh my gosh. I did not realize. I swear I'm paying attention. 28 minutes and 49. That's not great. Dang it. Dang it. No, I shouldn't have said fine. Like, again, we have to realize that we've been playing with our Shin just destroying top. Just, I mean, not destroying, but like a holding, you know? Like, really chugging. And they're never set up for going early, so I'm amazed. Nope. That's his ult down. Oh, come here, bot. He's fortune bot. There's one. Yes. See, I told you. Oh, and Miss Fortune just let me. I'll push. I got feelings for this Miss Fortune. Come here, Miss Fortune. I like the way your boots fit. Come get me. Oh! And this is why you don't treat ladies as meat. They come back unexpectedly. But secretly. You see what I was doing there? It was my strat. And now, I have 4 of my people in their base. Now, if they all die, we're fucked. And actually, no. We'll be fine. I'll respawn. We'll be fine.
An ally has been slain.
So Miss Fortune relies on her autoing and destroying of towers.
Creatures moving increases
That was her game plan this whole time. Burn. Come on, autos. Come on, autos. Juicy autos. 2 more.
human melting point remains inconsistent.
She went to mid. Daggum. Why did it take so long for it to meet me over? That's really annoying. I like how whoever was pinging was like on the same wavelength as me. Almost up. That doesn't matter. You know what I will do? I'm gonna go for fucking gold. Going for gold. Minions, no! Nope. see you've been holding shit down. Like that. No. No, you don't want to put the on me. You're not worth it. I am just... Yes! Can you not? That'd be nice. That's exactly what it is. Ah! Oh, my tentacle. Just the tip of multiple tentacles. I think that's how I'm doing it. Yes! Let's go.
Favor life's frozen path.
Good shit. Good shit. If voice mod hadn't have hid itself behind a fucking paywall, then that's the button I would push right now. Also, if I had realized that that was an opportunity, because now I have learned. So if I find it, again, something similar to that, I will record them somewhere else so I have them forever for free. Okay, let's see here. Go over to here. Let's hustle up so that way I can actually share my link, maybe. Get some follows. Trying to get to 420 follows, and I believe I'm at 305, maybe 306, maybe 304, depending on if somebody left or not. So let's see here. Ooh, look at that Vigar. Nice. Whoop whoop. And let's check out that vision score. I know, slacking. I'm looking for 65 to 66. Maybe 67. Oh, I am pleased. I am pleased. 76 versus their 59. Rakan, don't you know? Hey yo, thank you for the follow. XXX Impulse ZZZ. Much appreciated. I hope you are having a fantastic day. I hope you are keeping those Bonomi vibes. And if you are on my team, GG well played. If you are one of the opponents, GG well played. Actually, that was not a bad game. Yeah. And if you were, who were you? Bloop, 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 bloop. If you're the Rakan, work on that vision score. Just a hair, but nice instincts. Very good instincts. In my humble opinion. I don't know shit. I'm in fucking Kindred. Nice. GG well played. It was very fun playing with you. Good shit. Very good work. Top tier. What are you doing in this elo? Nice. You know, I think we'll go ahead and what's my LP? 46. Let's play one more. And then let me check and see how long the part one. Wait a second. So I may or may not have accidentally made it where I'm also streaming on the old YouTubes. And for that one viewer, howdy, hey, how's your day? Come on over to Twitch. Twitch is more fun. And the title of my thing is The Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners, which honestly, I now have space for VR, and so let me just get that set up for y'all at some point. That'd be really fun. Actually, if we don't make a team, by the way, if you want to play Clash this weekend, claim your spot in the Clash tab on Discord. And if we make the team, we'll play Clash. If we don't make the team, I'm not going to struggle bus like I normally do. Although, y'all seem to really like that. I usually actually get quite a few views on those videos. What's it called? Then I'll play some VR. Beat Saber, Walking Dead, Zenith. Oh my gosh. Zenith. Oh. Payday. I could play with y'all if y'all have Payday, or Onward. I do love me some Onward. I love those bugs that make it stupid easy to get the dub and then super shameful whenever I don't. But I digress. Because we're gonna... I'm actually really... Hey, one person watching right now on YouTube, go ahead and smash that thumbs up. And if you smash that thumbs up, then I will continue to accidentally stream on YouTube as well. Show activity. Close. I've never even opened... Should I be opening this up too? Whenever I answer... Hey, yo! Started streaming 69 minutes ago is what it says. What? Nice. Calculated checking time. But that is not what I'm doing. I'm checking the... How much is that part 1? Okay, not on here. 1 second, team. I guess I can start queue, but if it's really long, I kind of want to just go ahead and start. I do have D&D tonight, so I do have to kind of call it early. Sorry about that, team. And good luck. Have fun on your future games, Kindred. I really hope that you get good teams. You definitely deserve good teams. Absolutely. That was a solid invasion, like, early, too. And, like, I like that nobody on our team was, like, super, like, oh, yeah, OPGG, like, we're all done, like, woo! And then, like, you know, didn't try and, like, really finish the game. Which is usually, you know, what happens in this lovely elo we have. Alright. Full playlist. So we are on day 4. We're making good time on this one. Oh, we're on day 5. Fuck me. We're making great time on this one. Oh, we've already... Oh, that's right, because we've had two streams with this. And so we went balls deep that first day. We did really good that first day. 4, 5, 6, 7... You know what? Let's go ahead and actually get into... Let's take the LP that we can while we got it. And let's go ahead and move on to the trial. So we are covering... Oh, this is probably going to be loud. 1 second, team. Let me mute everything so it doesn't rip ears a new one. Okay, that's fine. That's a fine volume. Boom, boom, boom. Get this a little bit bigger. Let's move over this. And what game should we play while we farm? Or not while we farm. Where should we farm while listening and watching this? Should I farm in my Subnautica game? Because I don't want to do the story mode. With partial situation like this. It's actually been a while since I've played Final Fantasy. I think last time I played Final Fantasy was on stream. So maybe I'll do that, actually. Just the classic trial and farm in Final Fantasy. And the little dailies. I think that'll actually be good. That'll be good. That being said, I might crash the computer if I try to run. Well, yeah, fuck it. Let's give it a shot. Just real quick, you know, before we even really start the things and stuff. I'll find the... Alright, this is what broke my sound last time, and it sounds good here, so actually let me... Or it looks good here, I can't actually check out. Let's see if we get Oh, it's nice! Okay. Yay! It's working. Okay. Just a sneak peek for if I were to farm in Subnautica. Wow. Oh no, I already see the lag. Oh god! Oh, this is not great. And it can't even see it yet. Okay, let me... Just the most laggy. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, so since I have it kind of in tab mode, it's been able to plug another tomato in to boost the PC. Potatoes are 4 power, the tomatoes are 4. Nice, thank you. That's good to know. I needed to know that. 100%. Oh, so funny. Okay, there this is. Let me just move this down to here real quick. Actually, fuck it. I'll go ahead and get it ready. Why is it like that? Hey, yo, Julius. Yes, indeed, I do still exist. I made a move and had to set everything up for everything, and then projects on projects on projects on projects. Did you know that in your dryer, you have your dryer vent, little duct thing, and for every bend you have, it adds like 20 to 30 minutes onto your dry time and really affects the quality of life of your dryer. So whenever, if ever, hopefully you never experience this, if somebody coming to install it, because if you purchase one, I really suggest just having somebody come in and do it. Otherwise, you have to think about how to like get the thing in and blah 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 blah. And that's what she said. And yeah, make them cut the fucking tube, because now I get to do that and do that stuff. I didn't realize it was not okay until the person who came in for the mold was like, hey, like that's not good. And I was like, oh hey, well thank you for letting me know, because I don't know shit, and I trusted the professional. But I digress, because we all should know by now, don't trust the professional. Nobody knows what they're doing 100% of the time, and few are even willing to go back and fix what they fuck up. So anyway, I digress, team. But here's a small sneak peek, because I am going to be farming in Final Fantasy, because I haven't played in a very long time. But if I were to ever stream with Subnautica, which we might not even see because of the amount of lag here. Ooh, who did you make a move on? Did not make a move on anybody. Did not make a move on anybody. Definitely just made a move from Kentucky to... That was so bad. That was so bad. Oh god. It was too much. I wasn't even confident that the audio was actually getting through. But maybe someday I'll give y'all a sneak peek of the base and stuff like that I've made for my figuring out Subnautica playthrough, which I have 3 days of effort on. Yeah, 3 days. And Yeah. I'm pretty impressed with it personally. I'll put a picture of it actually on Discord. So you should just go ahead and join the Discord maybe. Just give it a little clicky poo. Hopefully it's still up to date. It's probably not up to date. My bad. I just fucking baited. 1 second. Bloop bloop. And clickety clackety. Where do I do this? Where'd it go? I know where to do it. It's right over here. Fuck yes. It's like I'm learning how to. Oh. I just clicked the wrong button and removed it entirely. Oh, that's my life. Yay! And you can see it and everything. Cool, cool, cool. Nice. Calculated. Totally meant to do that. There. Now it seems like I know what I'm doing just a little bit. Oh gosh, I'm not embarrassed. You're embarrassed. Oh man. We got a splitter on the dryer vent. One goes outside and the other goes to a filter that lets the dryer help the house. That's fucking dope. That's fun. That actually sounds really familiar, and I didn't read it, but I want to say I know at least 3 people who are into. It's a series, right? It's a series. Yeah, book series. Yeah. I know my sister read it. I know one of my favorite people from college read it, and I'm sure minimum one of my cousins. Probably, if not like 3 to 5 of them have. I would totally believe that. Is it good? Wonderful. It's nice to see things age really well. I reread a book that I had read in the 7th grade and was severely disappointed with 7th grade Hannah's quality standards for books. That being said, I pulled out The Historian again, and that was freshman year of high school, and I'm still very pleased with that. I didn't finish it. I only got like I don't know, maybe like 13 pages in. I was still very satisfied. Sleep Sweet. And we are going to start. Boom. Oh, that's why it was full. All right. And hopefully these volume levels are not the worst. Man, it's been so long. And let's go ahead and get... Oh, good lord. I don't want to think about that. Thanks, commercial, for ruining my fucking potty time. The Fear mongering. Wait, 22 and 24 hours? Hey, yo, happy birthday, early birthday. I know you probably already left, but Julius, I'm gonna throw you a happy birthday on the Discord. Okay, I need to remember to go on to Discord after the stream. I always forget after. And then whenever I think about it, it's like 3 a.m. and I'm trying to go to bed, you know? Ooh, I bet you I would be able to do little videos on Discord for the base. Okay, that way it's not impeding on this too much. Thank you. Is it that? No, it's this. I think I wish my dragon could like go and hang out on the very top or on like the edge of the hat. I think that would be super badass. But all right, let's get into.
Thank you. You may all be seated.
That sounds like it could potentially be very loud on stream.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I think it is.
We're going to start our day again as we have every other day. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe that you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response? All right. When we took our break on Friday, we were still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume today.
So nice.
Mr. Allen, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Dr. Susan Ignacio.
And maybe turn my gain up a little bit. I hate having the noise floor being too high.
Dr. Ignacio, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
And then the witness stands right.
You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. All right, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's see what's sold.
Doctor, will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Susan Ignacio, SUSANIGNACIO.
Dr. Ignacio, what is your occupation?
I'm an associate medical examiner
Where is that?
at the District 6 Medical Examiner's Office in Largo, Florida.
Okay. Can you give the jury your employment history basically as an assistant medical examiner?
I did a year after my fellowship in forensic pathology in Miami. I did a year in District 5, that's in Leesburg, Florida. And then after that, I worked at the District 6 Medical Examiner's Office, and it's been approximately 23 years.
23 years as a associate medical examiner?
Yes.
What do you do as an associate medical examiner?
We determine the cause and manner of death by performing autopsies or external examinations of a dead person.
Okay. Do you have specific education that allows you to do that job?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
4 years of med school, 5 years of general pathology, a year and
Yes,
a year
it
of forensic
is.
pathology.
You see
What schools did you go to?
the person
I went to med school in the Philippines, and
being
then I
charged, the
did
murderer,
my
is
5
in the white
years
shirt.
of general
She's
pathology
in the
in
video on the
Jackson
top left
Memorial
corner
Hospital in
and
Miami,
also the bottom.
and then a year of forensic pathology in the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office.
Do you also participate in training that allows you to stay current on your job?
Yes.
Tell the jury some of that, please.
Every year we attend
you mean I mean like
meetings,
I
conferences
believe in the whole like
by the
innocent
National
until
Association of
proven
Medical
guilty,
Examiners and the
but
Florida
for me,
Association
there's
of
already
Medical
been enough
Examiners.
evidence
Are
to
you
prove her
licensed?
guilty.
Yes.
Tell the
So-
jury about that.
That is why.
My license?
Yeah. I mean, what state are you licensed?
Oh, I'm licensed in Florida.
How long have you been licensed in
She's
Florida?
adorable.
24 years, I think.
Do you have certifications
And she
that
rocks
you
a
hold
dark
as a part of your
lip.
job?
The
Yes, we have to take a
confidence, I
board
love it.
exam after my general pathology residency. I had to take a board exam that's in anatomic pathology. So I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, and then I had to take a board exam after my forensic pathology. So I'm board certified in forensic pathology.
Okay. How long have you held that certification?
20 years,
Okay. Quite a long time.
yes.
How many autopsies have you performed as an associate medical examiner?
At least 6,000.
Wow.
Hi everyone, Mark Barden here at Sandy Hook.
Somebody let me use their account so that way I can. I'm joking. Bum, 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 ba-dum.
Have you testified as an expert witness in a court proceeding?
Yes.
Can you give the jury a rough estimate as to how
Oh
many
my
times?
gosh. My streaming, my OBS is spouting BS. Are you posting your clips to TikTok? And shorts? Oh, but that is handy if somebody did do it. But fuck TikTok. Get rid of TikTok. Exactly, TikTok. Just saying. If you buy anything on TikTok, your credit card information is already stored somewhere because they can save your strokes. So, boom. But I digress.
Times you've testified as an expert?
I don't know. It's too many to count.
Can you give the jury an impression of where you've testified as an expert? And what I mean by where is which courts?
Mostly in Florida, or all in Florida, in Miami, Pinellas and Pasco counties. Those are my counties in District 6. I testified in federal court in Tampa, which is Hillsborough County. When I used to work in District 5, there are 5 counties, so I testified
So
in those
cringe.
5 courthouses. Volusia County, which is Daytona Beach, and Miami-Dade.
Okay, so am I right to understand that you've testified as an expert witness in both federal court and in state court,
Yes.
all in Florida?
Yes.
You know, at this time, I would move to have Dr. Ignacio qualified as an expert witness in forensic pathology.
Defense.
She knows
Witness
her
will be so
shit.
qualified. Go
Your,
ahead.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr.
Wouldn't you
Ignacio, I want to have you go back to March of 2020. Were you helping out in Santa Rosa County for any autopsies that they needed at that time?
Yes.
Did you get involved in an autopsy of a young child by the name of Gannon Stout?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how that happened, how
I
you got
forgot to
involved in that?
change the stream information.
We were helping District 1, which is in Pensacola. We were covering that district, so I happened to be working that week there.
And what were the, I guess, the initial information that you got before you performed that autopsy?
I was told that there was a decomposed body of a child found inside a suitcase underneath the highway.
Were you able to see some pictures of that body as it was recovered underneath that bridge?
Yes, I saw the scene photos.
And then the body that was brought to you for the autopsy process, was it the same body that you were able to visually observe in those photographs from the scene under the bridge?
Yes.
What date did you actually perform the autopsy?
On March 18.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibits 144 through 180?
May I go ahead?
First, and Your Honor, can I stand here for just a moment while I
Yeah,
go
that's
through
fine.
these bigger diagrams? I'm showing you what's first been marked as 144. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
What is 144?
that's my body diagram.
Is this taken directly from your autopsy report?
Yes,
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the overall body diagram that you generated for this autopsy?
yes,
And then 145 and 146, do you
It
recognize
is getting
these
late in the
items?
day,
Yes.
so if you have your coffee still,
145, what does it appear to me?
Chug,
This is the
chug,
top one.
chug.
yeah, that's the diagram of the head.
Did you prepare this when you prepared your autopsy report in this case?
Yes,
And then 146, do you recognize this?
yes.
What is 146?
It's the diagram of the top of the head, the skull, and under the chin.
Is it, did you prepare this the same time as you performed or prepared the autopsy report for this case?
Yes,
Are these exhibits 144, 145, and 146 fair and accurate representations of the diagrams you prepared?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for admission of 144, 145, and 146.
Defense?
No objection, Judge.
You will have to submit
Oh my gosh,
copies
I'm
of
not paying
those
attention.
for uploading after the case is done, because obviously you can't do those. So, but other than that, 144, 145, and 146 are admitted. Go ahead.
And then, Doctor, while I'm going to set these diagrams up, if you could look through the rest, 147 through 180, I believe it is. Will you flip through those and tell me when you're done looking at those?
So this is where we'll hear like what she observed about the body and everything like that. If there were defensive wounds or if, you know, like the story is so, the stories are so confusing and just out there and stuff like that, that I no longer think there's like a weird situation where like she panicked because the kid like set himself a fucking blaze on accident with the candle situation. Like, for a split second I kind of thought maybe that was a possibility, just because the ex-husband or whatever the fuck was saying like, you know, you panic and you don't handle things well or whatever the fuck, and you know her goal for this is to claim insanity or like insanity and what's it called, like you, like I don't know her, I don't know all the information, or like didn't have nearly as much information at the time, and I just feel so bad for any kids of hers, step or direct, or even her students. Like, Ugh.
Okay.
Have you had a chance to look through all of those, Doctor?
Yes.
What do all of 147 through 180 appear to be?
These are the photographs of the decedent.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what you saw when you performed the autopsy on March 18th of 2020 on the young child Gannon Stout?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move for admission of 147 through 180.
Mr. Cook.
No objection.
It's 147 through 180 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
I will say this trial, I listened just to a hair of the ex-boyfriend, like obsessed ex-boyfriend one, and that courtroom is so sloppy. This is so much more tame.
So, Dr. Ignacio, I've got 147 on the board behind you, and then to help the jury understand what we're looking at here, if you need to reference any of the body diagrams, please just let us know which body diagram that we need to have up on the easel, and then we'll use that to coincide with what we have in the photographs up on the screen.
Okay, that being said, and seeing this blur right here, that means there's definitely going to be graphic content. If you're under the age of 18 and you click the little button that said that you are fine with this sort of things and stuff, you did it to yourself. I don't know if something accidentally will be shown or whatever in the world, but you make the choice to look at the very least. You make the choice to click, you make the choice to look, all the sorts of things and stuff. So I pity nobody for reactions to things and stuff. Just saying. You're free to have them 100%, but you're also free to grow from them, and then maybe, like, I don't know. Anyway, that's my version of a disclaimer.
Green, is that okay?
Okay.
So in People's 147, is that a picture from the scene underneath the bridge of the boy that was eventually identified as?
And again, to make it clear, it seems like it'll be blurred off. This is technically from the public domain that is YouTube, and all the sorts of things and stuff. So technically, I think YouTube would like force Law and Crime to keep it blurred and stuff like that. So I'm not too nervous. But it's also like the type of content that this is. If it does get unblurred and shows a dead body or blood or organs or whatever in the world, that's the type of content this is. And if you didn't know that, this is your extra warning that that's the reality of life. So YouTube can try to censor it and all that sort of stuff, but that is the sort of reality. Also, I don't know how like Twitch's rules are for things and stuff, but I think content places, especially one like my own that is a 18 plus situation, I think people make their own decisions and are completely fully aware as to what type of content could potentially be shown in a trial like this. and we need to not fucking coddle pussies.
Is Gaiman Stout?
Yes.
And is that the same child that you performed the autopsy on March 18th?
Yes.
Okay. You could advance to 148.
You ever have
Oh!
that moment in the mirror where you're staring back at yourself and you start wondering, oh, how in the hell did I get here? Yeah, me too.
It's a good voice, though. I mean, you can't...
So we're looking at
It's not a
People's
good
Exhibit
voice.
148 now on the screen. Let's just go preliminarily. Are there very apparent signs of decomposition visible in People's Exhibit 148?
Yes.
Can you just describe, so that the jury understands, what it is that you are calling that decomposition?
The whole body looks decomposed. It doesn't look like, normal fresh body. You see a brown gray discoloration on the skin. The right hand, you can already see the bones because it's starting to decompose.
I
The
hate
skin.
that
Dr. Ignacio, that red handle
Letitia
thing is a pointer.
can't even, like, look
I
up.
see that you're pointing with your hand. That may help you, may not. It's up to you.
Okay.
And the tip of that thing pops off just to keep you on your toes, doctor.
So you can see that the right
I just wanna
hand, you're
punch her
already
in the
using some
face.
skin there, so the bone's exposed. You're already seeing bone here because the skin's already decomposed.
Actually,
and
not even, because then
disappeared.
that'd be like a
Brown
form of human contact for
discoloration
her. I want her to
all
be in
over.
like solitary forever.
And then there's black linear lines
Shame.
in the abdomen and chest area, and also on the, I guess would be the left hip there. Are those also signs of decomposition, or what does that appear to be?
Yes, I think it looks like could be from the clothing.
Okay. So clothing can have an effect on a body as it's decomposing as well?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a measurement device there in People's Exhibit 148 as well. Is there a wound apparent in People's Exhibit 148 that you can point out for the jury?
Yes,
And if you need to stand up, you can feel free.
There's a laceration here on the left chest. Right, this one here. You can't really see it clearly because of the decomposition. The lines are ill-defined. There's a wound here, a wound here, here. There's another wound up here.
And then as we go through these photos,
I just
is it a
did
wide angle shot like
Got
this
all
where you
sorts
can
of caught
see
up
sort of
making,
contextually where a wound might be, and then it zooms in closer in the
That
next
logo.
photo?
Yes.
All right. When you say a laceration, just so that we're all on the same page.
It's
Yeah.
not a laceration, it's a sharp force injury.
Okay. So that's what I wanted to ask you about. A sharp force injury, what does that mean when a person like you, a medical examiner, says that?
It's a wound caused by a sharp object like a knife or a blade.
Okay. And can you tell us, generally speaking, we're going to look at a number of these sort of sharp force injuries. Are these deep injuries, shallow injuries, generally speaking?
It depends. Some could be shallow, superficial, or they can be deep.
And that's as apparent in this particular autopsy as well. Some are deeper than others.
Yes.
Oh, I got
Okay.
a superficial
If we could go on
laceration
to
on my finger
149.
whenever I was.
Is
Putting up my
149 a
panels?
close-up of what we just looked at in 148?
Yes.
And it is healing up quite
So
nicely.
can you tell us, as we look at that,
And of course,
how
it was
we
right on my
understand
cuticle.
that to be a
Had I
sharp
not
force
literally
injury?
just
What
cut
about
my
it
nail
tells us that?
yesterday, I would show y'all. But I feel like every time I actually
The
show y'all
wound
my
here, you
finger,
can't really tell
like,
it clearly, but
a
when it
finger
went
up
into
close,
the rib,
it's always right
the
after
third
I've cut
rib,
it, and they look
you could see that it's a sharp,
extra.
like clean cut line
stubby.
because it hit the rib and the space between the two ribs, which is called the intercostal space where there's muscle. So that wound there looks like a knife wound or something that's sharp, caused by something sharp.
Intercostal space.
Did the decomposition state of this body cause some difficulty in identifying injuries that might have been contributing to what caused the death in this case?
Some of them.
Okay. Now, if we can move on to 150.
This is another sharp force injury. And you can see that it doesn't really look like a sharp force injury because it's got jagged edges from the decomposition. But then you can see the wound inside, that it was just like a linear straight, clean cut wound.
If we could go on to 151.
And that's a close up of the wound.
So let's talk, now that we're seeing this one close up. This looks almost like a hole in the body as opposed to a slit or a slice or maybe even a stab. Tell the jury why that might be for this particular injury and how you can still call this a sharp force injury.
Yes, if you look at the skin here where it was cut, it's clean, it's a straight line. But because of decomposition, there's stretching of the skin and it loses elasticity. So that's why it looks round and not slit-like.
Most people don't get to have 30 dogs at one time.
Puppers! So I am hoping to scoop a pupper. Oh, yeah. So cute! Oh. Adopt a foster pupper. Whenever I go and visit Texas for a live D&D game. It should be really fun. At the end of May. So there will be a little span of no stream there at the end of May, and I'll let y'all know about that as it comes up a little bit closer. Yeah. Puppers. Oh, still muted. Oh god.
It's got sharp tips and not slit-like. Like this one is another wound that looks like a sharp force injury. You can see that it's got sharp tips. That looks like a knife wound.
And Pupper will have their own camera. Don't worry.
If we can move on to 152, I
I'll
believe the
let
number
y'all
is.
donate a bit for
Sharp force injury
a little
in
bit
the
more than a
chest,
bit
left chest, and you
in
can
order
see
to
that
give
it's,
Pupper, because I
also
don't need Pupper
elongated.
getting fat.
That didn't enter the
Just
chest
because I
cavity,
put a
but
low
just
bit
hit the muscle, the
price
pectoralis
on
muscle.
Feeding
Okay,
Pupper
and then 153.
a little tweet.
That's a close-up. You can see that it's got a clean line there. Straight edge.
Okay. And then these measuring devices that we see in these photographs, does that help us give an idea as to how long a particular wound might be?
Yes.
What the fuck else are measuring devices
154?
for, my guy? Fucking.
Showing the sharp force injury that's...
It's questions like that
right
that would
above
just
the clavicle
drive
on
me
the
fucking
left.
nuts.
One thing I want to have you point out in this particular photo, Dr. Ignacio, is there's a blurred area on this particular photo. Has that been altered?
Yes.
Does that just, if it had been unblurred, would show the victim's face?
Yes.
And is this just to be more sensitive to the victim and potentially the jurors as we're watching this or looking at these?
Yes.
155.
This just shows you a close-up view of the same one that was above the clavicle, left clavicle.
And this one again looks almost roundish. How can you tell and how can we understand this to be a sharp force injury as well?
The edges are clean and straight. It's not jagged. And the wound that was in the muscle was also straight.
Okay. 156.
This one shows you another sharp force injury in the left upper arm that's near the armpit, right there.
And 157.
And this is a close-up view.
So now that we've seen several of these sharp force injuries where they're almost pulled open in a rounded appearance,
Oh, that
is
I
that
don't even need to
basically
see it
what
to
you
get the
testified
willies
to
from
earlier,
that. I
that
will
as the
say that.
skin is shrinking and pulling away, that it pulls the wound open more than it would have if we were close in time to when these injuries occurred?
Yes.
Okay. 158.
Here's
And you know,
another
I feel
sharp
like-
force injury on the left wrist region.
We're gonna get more visual.
And this one we
people
can now
in the
see
world with like the
Must have been taken
podcasts
before
and
the
stuff like
clothing was taken off the body. You can see some of the clothing
More
that the victim was
auditory
wearing.
learners, auditory and visual learners.
Is that likely what the person was wearing when they died?
Yes.
probably have a whole
How can you
lot
tell
more,
that?
like,
Because of
mentally
all the-
visual people.
Yeah, fluids, decomposition fluids, the coloring, the clothing.
We had a crime scene technician from Santa Rosa testify late last week that also testified that there were defects in the clothing indicating that there were these slices or sharp object cuts into the fabric that coincided with the injuries we see on the body. Did you notice that as well?
Yes.
Okay. 159.
159 is a close-up view of the wound on the left upper arm, like near the axilla.
Okay. In all of these injuries that we're looking at, are all of those injuries marked on that body diagram that you have up on the easel there,
Yes.
which is 144?
Yes.
Okay. If we could go to 161. Is that right? 160, my apologies. What are we looking at in 160?
So this is a photograph of the left hand, and it kind of covers, the ruler covers it, but there's another cut here. Sharp force injury.
Oh, I forgot a zero whenever.
And
I
moving
usually
on to
put these up.
161.
Oh wait, no, I never changed them from
And
my
this
Easter
is
sale.
the right
That's what
hand,
happened.
the back of the right hand. And you can see here that you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 wounds here. And you can see like the edges are clean cut, caused by a sharp object.
And we're looking at these in conjunction with the last photo of the arm and then this one here with hands. When we're talking about cuts to the hands in the forearm areas of Gannon Stauch, how would you characterize those types of wounds?
Oh, they just tricked me thinking I was gonna be able to fucking skip it. That being said, that's a nice bag. That looks like a bag with lots of pockets. I just want to fill it up. But there's not even side things? Is that, do you strap your... I take it back. I'm confused. So it's across... Anyway. Only 50 available. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Consistent with defensive
how you
wounds.
sell
Kind
product.
of protect yourself.
Indicating that potentially
just said they
Gannon
were
was
defensive
putting
wounds.
his hands up to guard against whatever was
Aw.
happening,
Yes.
and then they get cut in the process of that.
Yes.
Okay. 162, please.
I just want to publicly
This
shame
one
this
shows-
lady.
Excuse me. This one shows the right hand,
like,
the
Can
palmar
we just
aspect
make an
of the right
example
hand.
of fucking
And
scum?
this is another cut in the middle finger, right middle finger.
Blech.
163.
It's the same photo, right there.
Okay, and this is
This
just
is the ring finger.
right.
This is the that's the middle finger, and the ring finger's right here.
Okay, and then you're just pulling the fingertip back to be able to see that particular cut on, more towards the, I guess, the pad of the fingertip.
Yes.
Oh, so like-
164, please.
Oh.
So we're looking at his back, and there's sharp force injury on the
And they're doing a good job
Yeah,
at not
upper
showing
back.
anything.
right there.
This sharp force injury to the upper back, was this one of the deeper sharp force injuries that you were able to document that Gannon suffered?
Yes, it fractured the left sixth rib,
That's so
and
pretty.
it also penetrated the left fifth intercostal space. So that's the space between the fifth and sixth ribs.
Does that then cause, I guess, entry into, I guess, the back side of the chest cavity? Does it go that deep?
Yes, it does enter the chest cavity.
165.
And that's a close-up view of the back injury.
Again, is this a sharp force injury similar to the other sharp force injuries we've been looking at this morning?
Yes.
166.
So there's another sharp force injury here. Another one here.
Would this be essentially the backside of Gannon's left shoulder?
Yes. So this
it's so
wound
pretty, though.
ended in the scapula. It hit the bone here, so it just went through the bone, the shoulder blade. And then this one went deeper into the shoulder joint, the left shoulder joint, about 4 inches deep.
4 inches deep, you said?
Yes.
167, please. This is a close-up of that more shallow injury, and then the other deeper one is apparent sort of to the left of that.
Yes.
There appears to be some black fiber there.
I mean, I love my dress.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
It could be from his jacket or t-shirt.
So basically fibers from clothing.
Yes.
Is it common for fibers from clothing to get caught up in wounds when there's these sharp force injuries that travel from outside of clothing through the clothing and into the body?
Yes.
168.
This is another view of the top of the shoulder where you can see the injury that went into the shoulder joint.
169.
That's a close-up view. And you know that it's a sharp force injury because it's got clean edges here.
So when you're pointing at those, what you call clean edges, to me, it doesn't necessarily look that way, but I'm not in your shoes with your expertise. Those edges that you're pointing at, is that where the skin would have met before being sliced open?
Yes, this is fat, subcutaneous tissue underneath the skin. So these are the skin edges, but they just like, stretched and separated. But this is where it was cut.
And is this that deeper injury that you mentioned just a moment ago?
Yes.
To the, basically the top, maybe back-ish part of his left shoulder?
It entered the shoulder joint.
Okay. 170?
This one is a blurred photo of another sharp force injury on the left forearm.
The inside of the left forearm?
Yes.
And then this one also has a blurred area sort of in the groin area. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that blurred out just for sensitivity's sake?
Yes.
171.
And that's a close-up view. So you can see it's got another sharp edge, and you've just got tissue that's coming out from the wound, but that's the cut edge right here.
I thought I would be getting rid of that T.
And this is on the, what I would describe as inside of the left wrist, is that right?
Yes.
Or forearm area?
Yes.
172. What are we looking at in 172?
So this is the head, and you're looking at the left side. The ear is right here. So there's a cut right in the posterior or the back part of the ear on the scalp.
When you're injured,
$173.
And a close-up view, the cut.
Let's talk, since we're now seeing for the first time head injuries. Can you tell the jury, just so that we're all clear, do head injuries have a tendency to bleed heavier than other types of injuries that a human could sustain?
Yes, there's a lot of blood vessels in the scalp.
And does that cause more bloodletting, potentially staining of scenes where blood is coming out of a person?
Yes.
I don't like the face.
174.
So we're looking at the right side of the head, and we're trying to
Indeed,
show,
I actually am
this time
getting
it's
into,
a laceration. It's not caused by a sharp object.
Oh wait.
It's caused by a blunt object. So we call them lacerations because they're
Yeah.
It's so hard to see because it's decomposed, but the edges are jagged, and underneath
That's currently where I'm
the
trying
skin,
to
you can still see what they call
get
tissue
things
bridging. That means it
situated
wasn't
as
completely
audiobook
cut.
land.
Like with a knife, you can completely cut the skin and the subcutaneous tissue, but with blunt trauma, with a blunt object, you may still see some tissue that's not separated yet. So this is a laceration on the right temporal region.
So would this be basically right side of the head towards almost a little bit to the back of the head there?
Yes, the ear is right here, right ear, and then you can see that there's a wound here.
Okay. 175.
And here you can see the wound. I don't know if you can see it, but that's the wound right here, and you can see like the edges are not like a knife wound.
So these injuries, as you look at them as the expert in this, the edges are different to you from what we've seen before from the sharp force injuries.
Yes.
And then when we talk about a blunt force injury like this, what kind of things can cause a blunt force injury like these?
Any blunt object like a bat, piece of wood, hammer.
Could even the butt of a gun.
Yes.
176.
So this is another laceration that's on the top of the head.
And when you say laceration, are we again talking about another blunt force injury
Yes.
to the top of Gannon's head?
Yes, and then this is the skull, the bone right here, and there are no fractures.
Okay. 170, is it 77? 177?
So this is the one we were looking at previously, and then there were other two lacerations on the top of the head.
And again, just so that we're clear, when we say other two lacerations on the top of the head, are those other two also blunt force injuries?
Yes, and you can see that the edges are jagged. It's not like a clean cut. So that's why I called it laceration.
Okay. 178.
So when we peel the scalp, remember the laceration that was on the right temporal region behind the ear? These are skull fractures right here. And then some of the bone fell, and you can see some brain tissue, decomposed brain.
Ew.
So this is a fracture.
Good thing no zombies were around.
When we talk about this area of the skull, you use the word temporal. Does that to layperson mean temple area basically, extending to the back area?
Yes.
Is that bone thinner than other parts of the skull on the head?
Yes, the temporal bone is, but it also involves the other bones.
Oh,
And so
I didn't
what
know
I'm
that.
driving at is, would it
That
take a lot of
area
force
is
to cause these types of fractures
thinner,
through a
or
blunt
is
force
that-
strike?
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know these things. I'm not a biobrain.
And just so we're clear, since we've moved past the sharp force injuries and now we've looked at all of the blunt force injuries in these photographs, how many sharp force injuries did Gannon suffer that you were able to document in your autopsy?
I counted 18.
And then as it relates to the number of blunt force injuries that Gannon suffered, how many did those occur?
4 lacerations.
4 lacerations that coincide with blunt force injury?
Yes.
Okay. If we could move on to 179.
Make your voice heard in this.
What politician actually lets people's voices be heard? That seems dumb. To even try to advertise that you're gonna be the voice of the people.
So
Bullshit.
This is the left side of the face. Here's the ear, head, eye area. This is the jaw. The left side of the jaw, lower jaw. And there's a hole right here.
What caused that hole?
This is due to a gunshot wound.
180.
And this is a close-up gunshot wound.
Is it typical, doctor, when you document a gunshot to try to figure out path the bullet traveled as it entered into a human victim?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Can you describe, either using the diagrams or just through words, however you want to do it, can you describe the path that this particular bullet took through Gannon as it entered his body?
I think we should use.
Okay, I'll come over and help.
Oh, it's not easy.
Which one do you want? 46, 145, 145. Make it easier on our jury, we also got the shortest easel we could find. So I'm gonna hold this up actually, doctor, if that's okay.
It's always interesting to see how they like
So the entrance gunshot wound was
lighten the
in
mood. Like it's not
left
always
side
serious.
of the jaw, lower jaw, the
in a
mandible.
court. It's very
This
interesting.
entered the oral cavity. It hit the cervical, this second and third cervical vertebrae. So it went to the back. It crossed the midline, and I recovered the projectile. It didn't enter the skull, the cranial cavity. So I recovered it on the right side where the muscles are of the neck. So there was a projectile that went from left to right and then front to back.
And then, so when you recovered the projectile, was it still in the, basically the muscle tissue in the back of the head?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
So, doctor, you can sit back down if you'd like. When we're talking about the types of injuries that Gannon, that you were able to identify that Gannon had suffered, 18
So-
sharp force injuries, 4 blunt force lacerations, and then 1 gunshot through the chin. Does that indicate to you that there's some progression that these injuries had to occur in?
Yes.
Tell the jury what we mean by that and what it is that you're using to rely on and make that conclusion.
Regarding the sharp force injuries coming first,
Well, do you know which one came first?
I don't really know, but I'm thinking that it's the sharp force injuries because he could still defend himself. And then I don't know which one came first, the gunshot wound or the blunt trauma to the head, which caused fractures of his skull and bleeding in his brain.
So the best that you can tell is that sharp force injuries occurred before gunshot. Is that right?
Yes.
But it's unclear
Which
whether
kind
blunt
of
force
makes-
or
it
gunshot,
makes
which one of
sense.
those occurred first.
Yes.
Does that indicate some period of time to achieve all of those injuries for whoever was attacking him?
Yes.
The fact that there's 18 sharp force injuries
Yes.
and then 4 blunt force injuries
Yes.
and then a gunshot that entered into the lower left chin and traveled through the oral cavity and all that.
Yes.
What were you able to rule as the cause and manner of death for Gannon Stout?
My cause of death was gunshot wound and blunt head trauma of the head.
Were there contributing factors to the cause of death?
Yes. Sharp force injuries.
Those 18 sharp force injuries that we talked about?
Yes.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
100%.
Is it typical, doctor, that you perform a toxicology test as well
Yes.
when you do an autopsy?
Yes.
What is the purpose of doing a toxicology report?
We do it in all violent deaths, and it's to determine whether there were any drugs or what drugs were in the system.
Was that performed on Gannon Stout?
Yes.
Was there anything unusual detected in Gannon Stout at the time of autopsy?
There were some drugs, or there was a drug that was present.
Okay, So let's talk first, acetaminophen, a typical over-the-counter medication, was that found in Gannon?
Yes.
Would that be anything unusual that a child would have potentially residual acetaminophen at the time of autopsy?
If maybe the patient the decedent at that time was having a fever or pain, they would give them acetaminophen or Tylenol.
Would that be common though, in an 11-year-old to find that in a body potentially?
Not, you don't always see that.
Okay. What other things did you find in Gannon's bodily tissues?
He also had hydrocodone in the liver tissue.
All right, so let's talk about hydrocodone. What is hydrocodone?
Hydrocodone is a narcotic analgesic. It's a drug used for pain, and that is also found in cough medications because it's supposed to suppress your cough.
Is hydrocodone a controlled substance?
Yes, you need a prescription for that.
So I
So it's
can't
not
just
your
go to Walgreens
common,
without a
everyday
prescription and
cold
buy
medicine.
hydrocodone?
Yes.
Now you can look 10 years young.
She doesn't need to look 10 years younger.
Is it indicated as highly addictive?
Yes, you can be dependent on it.
What are the effects of hydrocodone on a human?
Depending on the dosage, you can initially become drowsy, lightheaded, dizziness, and if you take a higher dose, it could lead to respiratory depression, or you'll have problems breathing. You'll have lethargy, coma, and eventually death.
I could have.
Was it unusual, in your opinion, to find hydrocodone in a child of 11 years
be
old,
lethargic.
like we did here in Gannon's death?
Yes, I found it unusual.
I've never.
Is that because of all of those issues you just described?
What?
Yes, and if it was for a cough,
To each
you
their
would
own.
give something
I think we all
that
understood
didn't
what,
have
what
the,
you meant. So
narcotic analgesic in it.
Typically, people would not.
Yes, that wouldn't be the first line of choice.
Okay. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
May.
Go ahead, Doctor. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Ignacio.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook, and I'm a defense attorney in this case. I'm going to ask some follow-up questions. Were you able to tell the blunt head trauma injuries, the three on the top of the head you were discussing? Can you tell the jury if those were post-mortem or pre-mortem?
They were pre-mortem.
Pre-mortem. And by that, you mean before death?
Yes.
Okay. At one point during your investigation, were you kind of unsure whether the blunt force trauma had happened before or after Gannon had died?
No.
Okay.
are you trying to say she's bad at her job?
And the injuries
And he's
that you
bringing up the
noted
fact
in
that
your
there's
report
three. My
during the
understanding was that
autopsy,
there
they
was
would
only one. I
indicate
guess
that
I had
this was
missed.
a violent death.
Yes.
Okay. Also, it looked like a lot of the injuries,
Oh yeah, he's going for the
blunt
crazy.
force injuries, the sharp force injuries, it looks like it was just a random act, whereas there's no pattern to it. You have injuries to the head, you have injuries to the body, some are deep, some are shallow. It indicates that this was a random attack, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There was no pattern to it.
Yes.
I hope the jurors understand what that meant. It's not random, like spontaneous. It's random, meaning like it was not precise hit at one spot. That would have been not random. well, like, this is just sloppy.
Would the
Yes.
blood force injuries, were they fatal by themselves?
Yes, they could be.
Okay. And you say the gunshot was fatal in and of itself as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did the bullet from the gunshot, I can't remember what you said, did it enter into the cranial vault?
It did not.
It did not. Okay. And the mechanism for death with the gunshot, it was that it severed the spinal cord or some vertebrae?
Yes.
Okay. And what would have been the mechanism for death with the blood force injuries? Would that have been bleeding?
If I was
or,
smart, I would have signed up for duty.
hemorrhaging in the brain? What would that have been?
Yes, there was hemorrhage in the brain.
Okay.
While crafting.
When you're doing investigation and autopsies and looking at toxicology reports, did you go back, or did your office, or did you receive any information about whether Gannon had had a prescription for cough syrup or cough medicine that contained any hydrocodone?
No, I didn't inquire.
Okay. So it is possible that he could have had a medication or a prescription from a doctor to assist with the cough.
It's possible.
Okay.
Is it possible for a kid to be prescribed hydrocodone?
And if he had had a prescription for a opiate based.
Okay, so I'm trying to think. The only time I was ever prescribed hydrocodone in my life was after I had my tonsils removed. And even then, I was older than 18. Or I was 18. And kids can be prescribed hydrocodone? And either way. So my point in saying that is saying that, like, could she not have said, like, I didn't see any signs of recent surgery or something? Like, okay, I understand that there is hydrocodone in cough. Can we look at the percentages? And could she not have been like, the percent was low enough to the point where it could have been a commonly prescribed cough hydrocodone? And I mean, I wouldn't even give examples of like what that would be on like TV due to the fact that like addicts, but like, and I'm sure they know anyway, but like, but if it was a large quantity or percent or whatever the fuck, then could it not be, like, I didn't see any recent, like, because I mean, I was on that shit whenever I had my tonsils out. And, like, one time, like, so, like, day 2, I was feeling good. Like, the cauterized areas were like doing their job. Like I was fine. Like there was stiffness, but it was whatever. So I just downed a fucking burrito, and then it like shed the tonsil stuff. Like, you know, it started healing, and oh man, so much pain. Like day like 4 or 5 was my brother-in-law's birthday, and we were all going to like Olive Garden or whatever, and like I couldn't have like hot food and stuff, like it stung, and like, or like hard food, which is fine because like I love noodles, I love me some carbs, like let's go. But man, I was just in so much pain, like even just eating the fucking noodles, that like I had to step out and like have more hydrocodone. Before I fucking knew it, I was turned in an Olive Garden for my brother-in-law's birthday, like sitting there like good noodles. I don't know if they could tell if I was fucked up, but I felt fucked up. Anyway, I digress. I don't know why I did that.
Cough syrup or cough medicine, then
Oh, yeah.
it would follow that it would show up in his blood or his toxicology results.
Yes.
At like a specific level or whatever the fuck. Can we get to that? Are we getting to that? Oh, fuck yes. I paused too early. My bad, team.
Could any of the injuries noted have happened? There's evidence that there was a suitcase that he was in. He was, the suitcase was thrown off an overpass of a highway near Pensacola. Is there any way that some of the injuries could have been caused by the impact of the suitcase hitting the ground?
Like which injuries?
The blunt force trauma injuries.
No, they're pre-mortem. Dumb question. There should be an objection like that.
The head.
The top of the head.
No.
Okay.
Why can't I click on the right one? Where is it? There it is. Did I leave it muted?
In a lot of injuries,
There we go.
doctor, you'll see stippling or powder burns on the skin where a bullet or a projectile will enter. Did you note any?
Oh my gosh. This is why I go at a faster speed during this shit. I can't. It's so slow.
That any of those type of injuries on Mr. Gannon?
I didn't see any stippling.
Okay.
It's also because of decomposition. I might not be able to see it.
And that was my next question. Would decomposition, even if it had originally been there, would it make that disappear or decay?
Maybe.
Maybe. So what I'm getting at is, were you able to make any type of conclusion as to the distance the gun was from the body when it was discharged?
No.
Okay. Were any of the sharp force injuries, were any of them in and of themselves fatal?
Because of the decomposition, I couldn't really tell. I mean, when I looked at the lungs, because I was thinking it would penetrate the lungs, I didn't see any injuries, but because there was decomposition, it was hard to see. So I couldn't really tell with the injuries that went into the chest cavity.
So I guess all you can say is it's possible. Is it possible that some or one or more of these sharp force injuries were fatal?
Yes, it could be fatal if left unattended.
Okay. And it looks like in your report, you look for organs, you remove some of them, you measure the contents of fluids in different organs and that sort of thing. It looks like in your report it mentions that you couldn't find a pancreas. Is that because Gannon did not have a pancreas or because it had just decayed to the point of being able to identify it?
Yes, decomposition.
Composition. So a lot of this stuff, a lot of the organs and whatnot in Gannon, they had decayed to the point where you couldn't identify them anymore.
Yes.
Okay. And is that typical for a body that had the history of exposure to the elements?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment, doctor.
Being in the water
thank you.
and
Redirect.
such. Man.
Mr. Cook was just asking you some questions about the sharp force injuries. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And couldn't tell whether those could have been fatal on their own or not due to the decomposition?
Yes, but I think I said something. I couldn't tell. But then you could die from injuries into the chest cavity if left unattended.
Is that why you determined that the sharp force injuries were contributing factors to the death of Gannon Stout?
Yes.
The fact that this body was put into a suitcase and thrown over a bridge, does that indicate to you that this was an attempt to hide this type of evidence, the evidence that we're finding from these injuries?
I think if you can lay a little bit of foundation about what expertise you might have in that regard,
Okay.
let's try that first.
Yeah, sure. So, Doctor, when we're talking about investigations into deaths of persons, especially, I guess, in Florida where there's lots of waterways and that kind of thing, is it common to find bodies that have been disposed of into waterways or bayous or marshy areas in Florida?
Yes, we have had some deaths.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We have had some deaths found in bodies of water.
Is it typical in your expertise to find that a person may have been murdered in one place and then intentionally moved to another place like a waterway or bayou or marshy area to make it harder for authorities to find and examine the body?
Yes.
Okay. Was that apparent in this case? That
Yes.
a body had been moved some distance in mileage and then pitched over a bridge into a potentially marshy and watery area?
Yes.
And so does the fact that that occurred here indicate to you in your expert opinion that there was also the attempt to hide this body from authorities so it wouldn't be detected and examined to determine how this person died?
Yes.
Is that an intentional act?
Yes.
Overruled.
You were asked by Mr. Cook about stippling. So let's talk and so the jury understands what stippling is. Is stippling essentially powder burns on the surface of skin that would be caused by somebody shooting a gun at somebody in close proximity to that skin?
Yes, usually 2 inches to 2 feet from the skin. The gun would be 2 inches to 2 feet from the body, and so you would see the gunpowder leave marks, little pinpoint marks on the skin.
These powder burns, are these expelled out of the barrel of the firearm when it's fired?
Yes.
If somebody put a pillow between the gun and the victim, would that prevent stippling from appearing on skin?
Yes.
Did you, in your autopsy, also include a pillow and x-rays and find 2 bullets inside of that pillow?
Yes.
Mr. Cook started out by asking you about if these sharp force injuries and the blunt force injuries, if these appear to be random acts. And I want to be clear, do you mean that these were just randomly happened to Gannon without somebody intentionally causing these injuries?
Can you repeat?
Yeah. Well, were these random injuries, or did somebody intentionally cause these injuries to Gannon?
Oh, it was intentional.
Okay, so when we say the word random, when Mr. Cook was asking you that, you don't mean that these were randomly happening with no rhyme or reason as to who or might be causing these injuries?
Yes, because he said there was no
I
pattern. So
knew he was trying to fucking say that bullshit.
These were intentional
That's
acts,
not
as
what
we
it
testified
means to her.
They did, though, target specific areas of Gannon's body, correct? It's not like these were injuries to his lower legs or toes or feet, correct?
Yes.
And so were these targeted towards upper body
A
area?
full
head
and
area, chest
accurate
area?
question.
Yes.
Does that indicate a
leading
person
to
having
that would
intentional
be,
desire to
does
cause
this seem to be done
potentially
by a
fatal injuries
random
to Gannon?
person?
Yes.
Because of where
Or
they're
did
targeted?
this seem
Is it more fatal to cause somebody an injury to their
I really hope the
lower
jury
leg or
isn't,
to
like,
their head?
More
so
than the head.
dumb
Okay.
to have
And
not
Gannon had lots of
understood
injuries to his head, is that right?
Yes.
Fucking.
In all of these injuries, are these all the injuries that you talked about? 18 sharp force injuries, 4 blunt force injuries, and a gunshot wound to the chin that ultimately killed Gannon. Are all these pre-mortem injuries, meaning they happened while Gannon was still alive?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Ignacio? Looks like we have a few. Counsel, retrieve those and approach, please.
Okay, so that was the state making sure that jury understood. Oh wait, wrong way. I think they're this way. Yes, twin pools.
On Road to Millions.
Sorry. Dr. Ignacio, can you determine how long the body has been decomposing? Do you know when the time of death was?
No.
And Dr. Ignacio, during the autopsy, was there evidence of any burns on the arms, burn marks, or bubbling of the skin?
I couldn't see that because of the decomposition.
And how long does Tylenol and hydrocodone stay detectable in the body?
Usually 12 hours after the body would already metabolize the drug and come out in the urine, so that the drug was already there at the time of death.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only, Mr. Allen.
So, Dr. Ignacio, just so we're clear, when you say 12 hours for those things to metabolize in the body, if it hasn't completely, like the hydrocodone, had not completely metabolized and been expelled by the body, even if it's been an extended period of time, like in this case, you would still detect hydrocodone?
Yes, if you were alive and you would take hydrocodone, after 12 hours, we don't even test for drugs anymore because it's going to be out of the system. But when he died at that time, he had the hydrocodone. It was even able to metabolize because it converted to hydromorphone. So there's some time there, but the drug was still there because he died around that time.
When you say that the hydrocodone had started to metabolize, so that means, does that mean that the body has processed some of that hydrocodone, but not all of it at the time of death?
Yes, maybe before he died and he was attacked.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Doctor, when you were talking about the burning or bubbling of the skin, so there could have been burn marks or burn injuries on the arms, but due to decomposition, you would not be able to detect those any longer, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Learned a new trick.
And when you get a sample to test for drugs, as in the case with Gannon here, where are you getting the sample from? Or is there still urine that can be captured from the bladder? I know they do that a lot of times in these toxicology tests. Or just tell the jury where you got these samples from.
Since he didn't have any more blood, it was all fluids, body fluids. We couldn't test that, so we take liver. So these levels are from the liver tissue.
Okay. And a lot of times in these types of investigations, you have a blood level and a urine level. And I've heard testimony before that a urine levels, they're not as accurate about time of ingestion and everything, and it's mostly byproducts. Would the samples that you got from the liver, would that be considered a blood level or a urine level test?
It's a liver tissue level.
Liver tissue level.
I'm glad I didn't start that.
Which would indicate if it was to the liver, there had been some metabolism of the drugs that had already taken place by the body?
Yes, it was recovered in the liver.
Okay. Did you attempt to get samples from anywhere else?
Can't recall. I think
if you have your report, would that refresh your recollection?
We took liver tissue and spleen tissue, but they tested the liver.
Okay. And what is significance? What is the significance? I'm sorry, of taking samples from the liver versus the spleen?
If we can't take from blood or urine, we take from the liver.
Okay.
So you can see there will be drugs in the liver too, and there might be levels for that. But with this case, because of the decomposition, it's hard to determine the values.
Okay. And I guess I asked a bad question, and I apologize. When you're taking a sample from the spleen, why take it from the spleen as well as the liver?
Because you could also have drugs in the spleen. Blood flows through the spleen.
Okay. And would you expect to have the same results with a liver sample versus a spleen sample, or could there be differences?
It could be different.
All right. Thank you, doctor.
All right. Thank you, doctor. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess at this point in time. Again, do not discuss case with yourselves. Do not discuss case with anyone else. And if we can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:25, we should be able to start on time at that point. All rise for the jury, please.
All right. I want to be able to tab out of this at some point to be able to...
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything you need to take up outside the presence of the jury? Prosecution?
No.
Defense? Okay. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
Man, I wish I could use my flamethrower. That's so badass. Okay.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 people versus Letitia Stout. Record should reflect the jury 10th return to the courtroom. Prosecution, card next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we would recall Al Stout.
All right, Mr. Stout, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I will remind you that you're still under oath.
Wait, what?
Okay.
They're
Actually,
bringing
Your Honor, I don't know
back
if there was
the...
something. Okay. All right. Good morning, Mr. Stout. How are you doing today? Morning. When you were previously on the stand, we talked with you about your woodworking. We saw some of the photos in the garage. Of that woodworking. Did you at one point suffer an injury as a result of your woodworking?
I did, yes, sir.
What was that injury?
I cut off the tip of my right pointer finger.
Your index finger?
My index finger, yes, sir.
When did that occur?
May of 2019.
You got Amber Hearded?
Did you get any prescription medications to deal with pain from that injury?
I did.
What kind of prescriptions did you get?
I believe I would have, well, I had a ibuprofen prescription and then some sort of pain medicine, I think hydrocodone, some sort.
Was that hydrocodone, was that a prescription that you got from your doctor?
Yes, sir, directly related to the finger injury.
Where did you typically keep that hydrocodone in the house?
That one I typically, and the ibuprofen I kept next to my bed in my little nightstand type area.
Did you consume all of the hydrocodone when you had that prescription?
I did not. I believe I only took 1 or 2 of the pills. I don't take a lot of prescription medicine anyways, and the ibuprofen was enough for me to manage the pain.
Did you ever, did you or anybody else in the family, prior to when Gannon went missing, would you ever give these hydrocodone pills to any of the kids in the family?
No, they were hidden in the drawer in that nightstand area, so only myself and possibly the defendant knew where they were.
Would you have ever given those to Gannon?
No, sir.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Okay.
Do the jurors have any questions regarding that part of Mr. Stout's testimony? All right, thank you, sir. You may sit down. All right, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
I'm just checking the hallway to see if she's out here yet. That's okay.
Should be getting wool or maybe fleece from... I think it's wool. Obviously wool. Woolly yak. It's wool. So I'll be getting wool and the skin that I wanted.
All right, at this time we would call Special Agent Andrew Cohen.
All right. Agent Cohen, if you would step forward and raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony about to give this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, Mr. Cohen. How are you doing today?
Good morning. I'm fine. How are you?
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Andrew Cohen, Cohen. I'm a special agent for the FBI.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Since 2014.
What are your duties with the FBI?
I'm assigned to a violent crime task force. I primarily investigate criminal enterprises, complex narcotics investigations, fugitive work, and other violations of federal law.
At some point, did you get involved with the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon Stout?
I did.
What was your role and how did you get involved in that investigation?
I was requested to assist the El Paso County Sheriff's Office shortly after Gannon was reported missing. My role at the FBI was the lead case agent for the FBI. So information that we obtained from search warrants or interviews or other data would be compiled and would eventually all come through me.
The fact that the investigation spans from Colorado through to Florida and then South Carolina, did having the FBI on board assist with that investigation and just the spread of the investigation?
So it certainly did. The FBI has a lot of resources.
Remembered I mentioned D&D
sometimes
and such
a little
like
less
that.
complex
If
for the
you
FBI
have
to remember
not
resources in
seen
other states than say it would be for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
The
locally.
D&D movie.
When you said that you were the
really
lead
should.
agent, what does
It
that
is
mean for the FBI to have a lead
very
agent on
good.
the case?
I was assigned the responsibilities of that case, of maintaining the case file and of making the investigative decisions at the FBI.
Are you also serving as an advisory witness in this case?
Yes, I am.
Is that why you're sitting sort of behind us during testimony here?
That's correct.
Is it probable that you'll testify more than one
It's
time?
also open to the public.
I think
lately?
that's up to you.
Yes, it is. So, Agent Cohen, in your work as an FBI agent, is it typical for you to get involved in wiretaps?
I've been involved in several wiretap investigations throughout my career.
What does it mean to have a wiretap?
A wiretap, common language, is actually the interception of oral or electronic or wire communication. In essence, we're able to listen to phone calls or to view text messages as they're sent.
Tell the jury what the process is to gain access to listening to those types of things.
A wiretap is considered a very intrusive investigative method. It's not something that you can just do on any investigation or even at the start of any investigation. Quite frankly, it's the most intrusive technique law enforcement has, where we're listening to somebody's phone call in a scenario where you would think you'd have the highest expectation of privacy, talking on your phone in your own private setting. And not only are we
Maybe
receiving
back
the
in the
communications of the
day.
person whose phone we've installed the wiretap on, but we're
Nobody
also
assumes they
intercepting
have
communications of other
privacy
people that
on the
would
phone.
be in contact with that person. So in order to get a
Isn't that
wiretap,
right,
it's a
FBI
pretty
agent?
lengthy process. We have to show to the court that there has been an exhaustion of all other techniques that could be used in an investigation, and that other techniques wouldn't be effective. So in this particular investigation, we had done multiple search warrants. We had done GPS trackers on cars. We had done
funny that an FBI
location
agent
on
also
cell phones. We had
agrees
done
that
physical
you should feel
surveillance. We
safe
conducted
on the
interviews.
phone.
And we have to demonstrate not only
he's
to
trying
the
to,
court
you know,
that this is a necessary
keep
technique
up the
and that it would be reasonable that we would collect evidence, but we
Feel
also have to show that
safe.
all that other stuff would no longer be effective in the investigation.
Unless you do
What would happen if you've got the wiretap set up, you've got the approval of the judge, and you start to hear something that is outside the scope of the investigation? What would somebody listening to the wiretap do?
Well, earlier I told you that
Talking to you,
the
phone
privacy
scammers.
of individuals is so important. And if we were listening to a wiretap,
I've reported
we have a set
all
of
of your
instructions called minimization instructions that come with every wiretap. And part of those instructions, it tells investigators a certain set of rules that if we were to listen to things that weren't relevant to the investigation, that we can't really do that. We have to pause the listening for a certain period of time, and then we could pick it back up. Say it could be 30 seconds or a minute, but we'd pause that and then pick back up to see how the conversation was progressing.
Does that protect
All right, team,
the
you know what that
information that you're
means,
gathering
right?
so that it's really only case-specific
Talk about
information
your
as opposed to
period.
extraneous or other private information that might be discussed in
And
other
then
types of
talk
phone calls?
about your
That's correct.
Was a wiretap method used in this particular investigation?
Yes, it was.
During the process
Whatever
of you being involved in
is,
obtaining wiretap authorization from a court,
then talk
in your knowledge of the case,
talk about
was it
your
apparent that
period,
this particular
and
defendant
then talk about being
was
super fucked
switching
up
the
and
way
Olive
that the person
Garden
was communicating
from a
in phone numbers or
prescription
devices, that type of
that
thing?
you're good
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
for 30 seconds.
Well, the defendant in this case had her original phone
like wrapping a
seized by
house.
law enforcement shortly after she
Keep it
reported
short and
Gannon
to
to
the
be
point.
missing. After that, she decided she was going to leave the state of Colorado, and she purchased a new phone at a Walmart with a different area code under a name of a person who may or may not really exist. It certainly wasn't her.
Was that purchase made in Trinidad, Colorado?
Yes, it was.
And then do you know this because of listening in on the wiretaps and seeing what numbers are being used, but also because of another investigative method that was being used in this case as well?
We had other investigative methods being used too. We had done search warrants for financial records for the defendant. And we found that one of those financial records was a purchase at a Walmart in Trinidad. Some further investigation led us to the purchase of that telephone.
Real is getting.
Speaking of real and audiobooks, if you find yourself listening to an audiobook done by AI, like a robot voice, please critique that book harshly. Like, just saying. There were a lot of auditions for being AI voices last week and the week before, and I just can't even bring myself to, like, support that, because you have no, like, it's just so bad. Just, you know, food for thought. Don't care for your ears. Have a higher quality for your ears. Don't accept those gross robot voices, no matter how hard they try to sound like they are real. Like, I've heard a commercial that's like what was it? It was something like, I bet you up until now you thought I was real. Like, some absolute bullshit stuff. Like, have a higher standard for your ears. If you can't tell the difference between a human voice and an AI voice, you've been catfished too many times with people with voice changers
on. We had Mr. Stout on the stand the first day of testimony in this case, and we listened to some recorded phone calls, which I think we've articulated as pretextual phone calls. Is that another method that you were able to obtain that information that the defendant was using other phone numbers beyond the first phone that was seized by law enforcement?
Yes, it was. One of the common things that I've seen in my training experience as an FBI agent is that people who are involved in criminal activity oftentimes will change phone numbers or will download Wi-Fi only calling applications that allow them to have different phone numbers frequently, and it's mainly to avoid the detection of law enforcement.
Is that an intentional act by somebody that is being investigated?
Those applications don't self-install on a phone. Cell phones don't just show up in your car. So yes, those are all very intentional acts.
Okay. And then as you're doing these wiretap investigations or methods, are those phone calls actually recorded so you can listen to them later?
Yes, they are.
Is that what occurred in this case, that wiretap conversations were recorded that captured the defendant's voice?
They were.
Did you have actual physical contact with this particular defendant?
Yes, I did.
Were you familiar with her voice?
Yes, I was.
Imagine getting paid to be nosy.
The person that you had physical contact with and you know as the defendant, is she present in the courtroom today?
She certainly is.
Will you identify her by where she is sitting and what she is wearing?
She's seated at the defense table. She's wearing a pink shirt and has long dark hair and currently has her hand on her chin.
Your Honor, I ask that the record reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
And how did you become familiar with the defendant's voice?
Through several aspects. I had reviewed body cam footage from when deputies originally responded to the defendant's home. I had listened to other phone calls she was involved in. I saw the defendant give interviews on the news, and ultimately I was present for her arrest.
And the pretextual phone calls that you were participating in, and then these wiretap phone calls that you were able to intercept, are all of those voices that are caught in these recordings the defendant's voice?
Yes, they are.
I may approach with 688, 689, 690, and 691.
You may.
Special Agent Cohen, I've got in my hands People Exhibit 688. It's a disc. Do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I reviewed this disc and I initialed the disc.
What does the disc contain?
This contains wiretap calls, recorded wiretap calls.
Does it indicate a time and date of this particular call?
This particular call is February 18th, 2020 at 10:14 in the morning.
The file that this disc contains, is it a fair and accurate representation of that particular phone call?
Yes, it is.
As it relates to 689, do you recognize this disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I've also initialed this disc.
And what does this disc contain?
This contains a recorded phone call from the wiretap on February 18th, 2020 at 10:19 in the morning.
Is this file on this disc is a fair and accurate representation of that particular call?
Yes, it is.
And then looking at
I'm kind of more excited for these calls
I do.
than
I've also initialed this disc.
was the
what does
like
this
phishing calls.
This contains a
or whatever
recorded
in the
wiretap
world
call on February 18th, 2020 at 11:16 in the morning.
Does this file on this disc, is it a fair and accurate representation of that
Ex-husband
particular
or
phone call?
current
Yes, it is.
husband or- Probably ex-husband, right? You don't stay married to the person that killed your
Do you
kid.
recognize this disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I've also initialed this disc.
What does this disc contain?
A
On
recorded
purpose.
wiretap call at
Like-
on February 18th, 2020 at 2:47
I imagine
in
it
the
would
afternoon.
already
Does
be
it actually
very
say
difficult
14:47?
if it
It
was
does.
an
And
accident.
that's 2:47 p.m.
Correct.
Is this file on this disc is a fair and accurate representation of that particular call?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I move for admission of 688, 689, 690, and 691.
Mr. Tellini.
Your Honor, subject to the section I had in the prior hearing.
Counsel approach, please. All right, subject to the objection, the exhibits 688, 89, 90, and 91 are admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish starting with 688, Judge.
You may.
Such a cool situation. Love it. This is my favorite class. Easily.
How can I help?
Yes, I'll normal speed this.
I didn't get any confirmation about my test I paid for.
And so just for reference sake, before we get too deep into the phone call,
that's fun. But it also seems like an extra fucking step. Which I'm not
That's
about.
correct.
do you recognize one of the voices?
I do.
Is it the female voice?
Yes.
And whose voice is that?
That's the defendant's voice.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Angela.
Okay, can I have your name, please? I can check if we've got the order here.
Yes. Keisha, last name is Stauch, Stauch.
Okay, give me one moment, please. Let me have a little look. Okay, yeah, perfect. I can see that we've received that, and we have actually sent the test. Have you not received that as yet?
Have what now?
We have already sent the results to your email account.
I don't have them. Mm-mm.
Okay. Okay, let me try resending that, and if you don't receive it, give us a call back.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, now. Bye-bye.
So Special Agent Cohen, the phone number that, at the very beginning, let me back up, there you can hear ringing. Does that indicate that this is a phone call that was initiated by the defendant to a particular place?
That's correct.
Were you able to investigate and determine who it was that she was calling?
I was.
What was the phone number that she was calling?
Objection, foundation would be.
Mr. Allen?
I can lay some foundation, Judge. When a wiretap is obtained, does it record both the outgoing and receiving phone numbers?
As part of the overall wiretap in this investigation, we also installed something called a pen register trap and trace device. That particular device will record both the outgoing or incoming phone number from the subject telephone.
And so does that mean that the receiving phone, the person that is being dialed or a place that the
Expected more damage.
originator is dialing would be caught in this trap and trace?
That's correct. It's identified as either an outgoing or incoming phone call, and we have the telephone numbers on both ends of that conversation.
And then were you able to look up that particular phone number that was dialed for this call and see it being associated with a particular web page?
Yes, I was.
What web page was that?
Fakepolygraph.com.
Okay. And is that what all of these phone calls are in relation to, is calls originated by the defendant to a purportedly fakepolygraph.com webpage?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's jump into 689 and permission to publish 689, Judge.
Baited.
You may go ahead.
May I help?
Hi, yes, I was just talking to you. Is there a way you confirm where you sent those? Because I still didn't get them.
Yeah, so I'm just going to get that resent for you. So if you wait for the next sort of 10, 15 minutes and let me know if you haven't received it by then.
I was saying, can you check the email? Because I just want to make sure.
Okay, yeah, give me a moment. Spelled TECIALYNN2006 @yahoo.com.
Okay, cool. So you said like 10 to 15 minutes?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
In that particular phone call, did it sound like there was an email address that was confirmed to the defendant?
Yes.
What was that email address?
It was Tisha Lynn at 2000. I can't remember the exact address, but it was an address that we knew to be associated to the defendant.
Okay, and that's what sounds like an English England English speaking person relayed, and then the defendant acknowledged that as being the correct email address.
That's correct.
Okay. And then 690, permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
Hello, how can I help?
Hi, yes, I'm calling again. I still didn't get that email.
Okay, can I ask your name, please?
It's last name Stalk.
Ah, right, yes, perfect. I can see here.
It's about 10, 15 minutes, and you
Is this
said
the
it
one with
again.
the
I
book?
still don't have it.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, it's actually been blocked by management, this order, due to the content of the questions, so we're not going to be able to send this report.
Okay, so do I get my money back?
Unfortunately, not on this case, no. Obviously, due to our terms and conditions, it does clearly state that any sort of illegal activities or anything like that, obviously the management do reserve the right not to send the report. Obviously, we do incur processing fees, so that's why a refund wouldn't be due.
So what do you do now? Just delete it and go on about life and take money?
Yes, we would do indeed.
I got you.
Okay.
Thank you.
now. Bye-bye.
Visit progressive.com to see if you
Yes.
can save on.
In that particular call, is it essentially being communicated that a polygraph result is not going to be provided because it's associated with the illegal activity?
Misleading and further the pre-determined only their own determination.
Sustained on the second grounds, the jury can make their own determination.
Okay. And then permission to publish 691.
You may go ahead.
Hi, how can I help?
I did it hang up.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I can hear you now. How can I help you?
Okay. I talked to you earlier, and you said that the request I did was blocked or something. But I looked on the terms and conditions, and it says you can say things about like infidelity and stuff like that. So I'm not sure how that was blocked.
So that again, sorry, that you can or can't?
No, okay? So I did a report earlier, and you said you would send it to me. Then when I called back, you said it was blocked, that I wasn't allowed to get the report. But then I clicked the terms and conditions, and it says you can do questions about infidelity and stuff like that.
Yes, infidelity you can, correct.
Right, and that's what I did.
Your report was about infidelity, was it?
What did you say?
So you're saying your report was about infidelity?
Yeah, like I put questions in for it, and you had to put like answers, and you said something about it being blocked.
Yes, and what were your questions?
So it was about during the time that we were away inside of in another state that I talked to, and I gave the person's individual's name, Ortega. That was one of them. Then it said, "Are your eyes blue?" And I did a couple of the questions that were on the bottom.
Okay.
Is this
yeah, I'm not sure in that case.
making a
Unfortunately,
fake
no
one?
came through.
Trying to like frame the ex-husband? Or I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm not
Or
quite
is
sure what's
this
happened there
her
then.
inputting the questions that she
'Cause I
needed
read that
fake positives
you can do this. Yeah, it says on there that you can do that.
Yeah, you would be able to about infidelity, but the questions that were submitted for your order were not to do with infidelity.
Yeah, I didn't submit questions that were not to do with infidelity.
Okay. All right. See, well, I'll have to look into that then in that case.
I wonder what they were.
Do you want me just to write you the questions down?
No, it's okay. I'll just need to have a look into this then to see what can be done.
Okay.
Just remind me again, what was the name on the report?
It was Stauch, Stauch.
Uh-huh. And that's your surname, is it? Your last name?
Yes.
Okay. And first name is?
Issa.
Okay. And how do I spell that?
It's Tecia.
Tecia.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Okay. All righty. Well, let me have a look into that and I can come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
What's the best number to get you on?
843
Mm-hmm.
798
Uh-huh.
1700.
Okay. Right. Thanks a lot now. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Special Agent Cohen, these phone calls are from February 18th, as you've testified. Were you aware also at this same time that that's when these pretext calls were being recorded involving Al Stauch and the defendant?
Pretext.
Yes, I was.
Were there phone calls during that time with those pretext calls in which the defendant was talking about getting a polygraph examination?
Yes, she was.
What was she trying to convince the listener, I guess Al Stauch, of during those conversations?
Objection, speculation as to
Sustained. I think you can rephrase and refer back to the conversation, but I think it's up to the jury to make a determination about what the defendant's state of mind was during the conversation.
Sure, I understand, Judge. What was she saying to Al as it relates to the polygraph?
She was saying that she had passed a polygraph test and she was continuing to purport her innocence and that she had nothing to do with Cannon's disappearance.
Passed a polygraph as it relates to what?
Whether she had anything to do with Cannon's disappearance.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tellini.
I don't have any questions for Agent Cohen at this point.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Agent Cohen? Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Are you my
Prosecution,
FBI
try next
agent?
witness, please.
We would call Christina Cervantes.
Last name again?
Cervantes?
Cervantes.
Yep, it's spelled Cervantez, I believe.
Sorry, I need to write faster, don't I? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Christina Cervantes, Christina. Last name Cer. V as in Victor, A-N as in Nora, T as in Tom, E as in Edward.
Oh my
Z as in
gosh.
zebra.
Do you need a glass
When your
of water?
voice
Does-
just
Yes,
fucking
please.
There's a
goes
water
mid-fuck.
pitcher there?
Oh, that's rough.
And be careful when you unscrew the lid because it comes out fast when you do that.
You have to turn it just a quarter turn roughly, I think. It happens to all of us. Don't worry about it. What is your current occupation?
My current occupation is crime lab specialist with the Texas Department of Public Safety in Texas.
Did you used to work for the sheriff's office here in El Paso County?
Correct.
What was your occupation with this sheriff's office?
Evidence technician.
What were your duties associated with being an evidence technician?
My duties were to intake evidence as it was collected from the scenes, from the officers as well. We also responded to calls when we had evidence to collect from those scenes. We also received phone calls from the public in reference to getting their property back.
And what were your dates of employment with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was employed with El Paso County Sheriff's Office from 2015, and I believe that was August of 2015 to January of 2022.
Oh, it's the one with the dog.
Were you working in January, February timeframe of 2020 for the Sheriff's Office?
That is correct.
In that same evidence technician role?
Correct.
You mentioned that sometimes you would get calls from people in the public. What were those calls typically in relation to?
Typically, they were the public wanting their property back. Anytime we had evidence collected, the person would call oftentimes and ask for their property to be returned to them.
Would that happen fairly regularly?
Yes, sir.
And when they're asking for property to be released back to them, is this property that might be held for either a criminal investigation or even a civil matter?
That is correct.
What would be the, I guess, the protocol on a civil matter if there's some property that's held by the sheriff's office and it's a civil issue?
So,
Okta simplifies and streamlines customer identity at scale, so teams have time.
we would have to get authorizations from the detectives in charge, letting us know what we could release, what we couldn't. Oftentimes, if there was an authorization from the court stating, hey, you can release this, it usually was signed by a judge, we could release it that way as well. But we always have to have that authorization in place before we could release it.
What was the protocol in place as it relates to any evidence or property that's held on a criminal matter?
On a criminal matter, usually until the case was completed and we got the proper authorizations, till those were received, we could not release it until that time.
Okay. As it relates to this time frame, do you remember working on February 12th, 2020? And I know this is over 3 years away, but do you remember working at that time at the sheriff's office as an evidence tech?
Yes.
Do you remember getting phone calls as it relates to the Gannon Stout / Letitia Stout investigation?
Yes.
What were the nature of those phone calls that you were receiving in the evidence area for the sheriff's office?
So the nature of the phone calls could range from callers calling in saying they would like certain items of evidence back. From what I can recall, on several occasions, I had received phone calls in reference to property belonging to Mrs. Stout.
Okay. So just so that we're all understanding, did you receive some calls in which the caller identified themselves as Letitia Stout?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So had you had a chance to hear Letitia Stout's voice prior to these phone calls coming in?
At one point I did. I do recall her coming into the lobby area at one point.
Sorry, I gotta speed it up, team.
Okay, so what do you remember about that particular occasion?
I just remember her coming in and asking for her property back. And at that time, I told her I did need to get in contact with the lead investigator to make sure it was something that we could, in fact, release to her.
Okay, so you had a direct person-to-person interaction with her?
That is correct.
Did you hear her voice during that interaction?
Yes.
And do you see that same person here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Will you identify her for the jury, pointing to where she's sitting, and describe her clothing?
She is wearing a pink sweater, dark hair, long dark hair.
Your Honor, ask that the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect. Go ahead.
And then did you get phone calls after that interaction with that same voice from the
I
defendant?
have?
Yes.
In a particular phone call, did you get a phone call from that defendant where she purported to be somebody different?
From what I can recall, yes.
Do you remember who it was that she was purporting to be at that time?
At that time, when I first got that call, the voice, it sounded like her, but claiming to be her daughter.
Okay. And when we were using the word her there, you mean her, the defendant?
Correct.
The voice sounded like the defendant, but was claiming to be her daughter?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 280?
You may.
What's marked as People's Exhibit 280. Is this a recording of that phone call that occurred on February 12, 2020?
Yes.
Is it fair and accurate representation of that phone call?
Yes.
Okay. Move for admission of People's Exhibit 280. Commissioner Board.
On the exhibit?
Yes.
Yes.
So somebody called and they identified themselves as Harley Hunt.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken in person to Ms. Hunt?
Before?
Yes, before the phone call.
Yes. If what I can recall from 3 years ago, I remember her coming into the lobby area.
Ms. Stout or her daughter?
Mrs. Stout.
Okay. Had you ever spoken to her daughter in person?
No.
So you don't have a foundation as to what her daughter's voice sounded like?
No.
And how much her daughter's voice may sound like hers?
No, sir.
I'd object to the foundation.
Overruled. I think it goes to weight, not admissibility. You
So-
go ahead and publish.
Okay. So I had moved for admit, and I think you just need to formally admit it into evidence, Judge.
Exhibit 280 will be admitted.
Okay. And then permission to publish this particular recording.
You may go ahead.
Office evidence, this is Chris. Yes,
That first voice that we hear, is that your voice?
Correct.
And then that second voice, whose voice is that? Based on your knowledge?
Based on my knowledge, Mrs. Stocks.
The defendant?
Correct.
Okay.
earlier. I think you might have been busy or something, so I waited to call back for a little bit. It's okay, sorry. What time did you call? I just called you like maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, and you said, hold on. No, that wasn't, there's four of us working here, so that wasn't me. Yeah, I was like, oh, I don't recognize the million. You were busy. Okay, so I'm trying to find out about some contents of mine that was in the car. So my book bag, which had a lot of my social security card, birth certificates and stuff that was in a car that's still impounded, and I just want to know, they gave me the purse one day out of it.
Why would you ever keep
book
all
bag,
your
and I need
shit
my MacBook for school? Your MacBook, okay. What is your name? Harley.
like that in a bag?
Harley Hunt, and do you have a case
Actually-
number so I can look it up? Let's see this. I have this paper. It says agency number.
I
Is
mean,
that
if
it,
you're
or I have
like
a VIN number? It should be agency.
15 and
agency
don't
number.
understand,
2020
maybe
dash 1382.
like you just kept
All
it in
right.
your wallet because you understood it was important. I don't say this because it happened to me when I was a kid. Not the having my car seized or anything like that, but somebody stole my bag and I left that bag.
Sure, excuse me.
It may or may not have had like
Excuse
all
me.
my important shit
Thank
in
you.
there.
Thank you.
'Cause I was a young dumb kid who didn't know. Keeps her shit at home.
You said it's a book bag? There's a black and white book bag that was in the back seat of the white Jetta. And it has like my passport, my social, my birth certificate, my dog paperwork, my MacBook.
All that shit? Everything?
Yeah, there's like there's one blue bag that had a MacBook in it. And then there was a black and white book bag, and there was like my diamond rings are in it. And then there was
And your
a pink folder that had like my birth certificate and all that in it. Okay. Like, I understand they might still be holding the car, but like I can't like even like work or anything without having my passport because I'm a flight attendant. And okay, and you said your name was Carly Hunt. Is that correct? Harley Hunt. Harley Hunt. Okay, Harley. Well, I can tell you right now, everything on this case is evidence. So because it's evidence, I cannot release it back to you without written authorization from basically a higher authority.
Yeah.
They have not given us any written authorizations to release. So unfortunately, what you may want to do is contact the detective on this case. Have you been in contact with anybody? Yeah. All right. Well, let me go ahead and get the lead detective's number for you, and you can call them in reference to this. Okay? Okay. All right. Hold on just 1 second.
How much? 31? I wanted to be able to make 10. So I think I'm good now. I think I'm good. Honestly, League went so well, I secretly am itching to play more League. But I want to finish this trial first. Might do a late night stream after D&D, get a couple League games in. That might be a possibility. If that's the case, I might not actually, I don't know. Last time I streamed without cam on, I hated not being able to be like, yeah. Or what was I building? I was gonna craft leatherworking shit. Crafting shit. Need to be in leatherworking. What is? They're just
Harley?
taking a long break. Oh,
Yeah. Okay. So that's going to be Detective Bethel. And her desk number is going to be 520-7291.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Ms. Cervantes, did it seem odd to you also the comment about it being a flight attendant?
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
Yeah, did it seem odd to you when the caller requesting the information back, I guess, relayed to you that they were a flight attendant?
Yes.
Overruled.
What was odd about that?
Just the fact that her daughter being young, the age, I found it odd to be that age and a flight attendant.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination? No question. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Cervantes? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am.
How would she have known?
Prosecution, calling next
Like
witness.
the age.
Called Detective Michael Bauman.
Detective, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear affirm the testimony about to give this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Working
I
in
do.
like
Go ahead and seat
government
the witness stand.
work
Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
that sort of stuff, like care at all.
Good morning,
And
Detective.
are
Will you
just
please introduce yourself
processing
to our jury and then
information.
spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Michael Bauman, Bauman.
But maybe this
Detective,
should
who
give
are you
us
employed by?
The El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for the Sheriff's Office?
I'm a digital forensics detective.
What are your duties associated with that position?
Basically, my job is to find and preserve data that may be evidentiary of nature on electronic devices.
What kind of electronic devices do you typically work with?
Computers, cell phones, DVRs, things like that.
And then is there a particular
It's 'cause
device that helps
also they
you
would have
get
so
data
much
off of
going
these other electronic data points?
Yes, sir. We have a number of devices that we use. For instance, with computers, we use a software and hardware combination called Celebrite. We also use something called Breaky, which is for extracting data from phones. For computers, we use Axiom and kind of beefed up computer workstations.
Tell the jury what Celebrite is. You mentioned it.
Celebrite is basically a combination of hardware and software. It is it's a little device that plugs into the USB on your computer, and then you can plug phones into that and so forth and extract data from the phones. And then Celebrite has a second function, which it actually goes through that data and turns it into something that's readable and sortable and so forth.
Do you have particular training that allows you to use that particular, is it a device or what is it?
It's a device, it's a combination of hardware and software.
Do you have training that allows you to use that?
Yes, sir.
What does that training consist of?
Well, I have 3 different certifications with Celebrite, and basically 3 levels. The highest level is Celebrite Advanced Smartphone Analysis. It's just basically each one was the first 2 together were a week long, and then the CASA, the smartphone analysis one, was also a week long. That specifically dealt with using that tool. Basically, it's a hands-on program that you go and county spends a lot of money, and I sit there and learn how to use the machine, basically, and get an idea of what it's doing. So.
Tell the jury about what the process would be like if I handed you a phone to use with this device. What process would you go through to obtain the data from that phone?
So effectively, if we know, for instance, we know the passcode, we'll use that as an example. We'll take that phone. We will, you set the phone up by enabling developer options and things like that. If it's Android, if it's iPhone, it's different. If it's iPhone, you just tell it to stay awake, basically. Then you plug the phone into the Celebrite UFED device, which is the little thing I talked about that you plug into your computer. And then you go through the steps on the screen that allows the phone, and you're interacting with the phone and the computer
doing a late
to
night
set up
stream
permissions so
because
that
I'm
you
not
can
going to waste this
download
coffee.
data off the phone.
So basically selecting what data you want to extract from that phone?
Well, I mean, yes, what you're really doing is setting up the computer and the phone so that they can talk to each other. Generally, we do, I don't want to go too deep in the nerd world for you, but we use an application programming interface.
Oh, please go
Celebrite,
deep.
which is
Deep
kind of like a
into the
translator.
nerd
It
world.
allows Celebrite to speak to computer, right? So, iOS is talking to Windows at that point, so that it can say, okay, this is the data that you can pull off of the phone. And so that's kind of how that works. And so then it pulls the data off the phone. We then use the physical analyzer software to parse through that data and find the files that are in there.
What kind of things do you typically extract from a person's cell phone?
It depends on the phone, but oftentimes we extract, pictures, text messages, instant messages, internet search histories, activity data, locations, all those types of things.
What do you do with that information when you extract it? You put it on a disk?
Yes, sir. We'll take that information, run it through Physical Analyzer, and then we'll take and create what we call a Celebrite report. And that Celebrite report is basically a standalone piece of software that puts all that data into something that you can categorize and search and let me look at these time frames, or let me search for these keywords in the extraction of the data we were able to pull.
Is it typical that you obtain these phones that you use this device on comes from some other detective that's involved in an investigation?
Yes, sir, generally.
Will that detective generally give you some guidance as to what they might want off of that phone if you can obtain it?
Sometimes, frankly, again, I don't want to go too deep in the weeds but Celebrite's able to parse about 400 out of 4 million applications. That was a couple of years old, those numbers. So I generally try to pull as much as I can, and then I allow the detective to take and based on the scope of their warrant or their waiver, they go through that data and find out what's pertinent to their case, since I don't know the case like they do.
Okay, so you're kind of leading into the next area that I wanted to go into. Once you put this stuff into a Celebrite report, as you described, put it onto a disk, does that then make it accessible to other detectives in the investigation to use for whatever investigative purpose they may or may not have?
Yes, sir. So once we've done that, we'll turn that over to whatever team is going to examine the device, and they'll go through and say, okay, we need to find all the messages that may contain the word John. So they'll go through and search for those things, or whatever might be the case in their actual investigation.
Would they do that separate from working hand in hand with you? They would do it on their own?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Are there other people with the sheriff's office that have training in being able to use a Celebrite device to obtain data off of phones or other devices?
Well, through attrition, no, currently I'm the only digital forensics detective with those certifications, or at least with current certifications.
Okay.
Nice.
Let's go back in time to January, February timeframe of 2020. Were you working at the sheriff's office back then?
Yes, sir.
Did you get involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon Stout?
Yes, sir.
What was your role in that investigation?
Again, basically what we just talked about. I was a digital forensics investigator dealing with DVR, computers, phones, etc.
Did you have an occasion to use Celebrite on 2 separate devices in that investigation?
Yes, sir.
When you get a device, like in this particular investigation that we're talking about, do you necessarily know who that particular device belongs to?
No.
So what information do you pay attention to make sure that the data that you extract from a device is assigned to that particular cell phone or whatever it might be?
Well, primarily the first thing we do is try to keep things separated, but I generally try to look at like IMEIs, the identifying numbers in the phone. That's generally how I try to identify which phone goes with which extraction, things like that.
When you said that kind of quickly, the court reporter looked at you. Did you say IMEI?
Yes, ma'am. IMEI.
Okay.
Sorry.
So is that a unique identifier that's assigned to cell phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's talk about, did you have a chance to look at a rose gold iPhone 8 in this case?
Yes, sir.
May I approach with People's Exhibit 222?
You may.
If you could just look over People's Exhibit 222, and when you're done looking it over, will you let me know?
I'm done.
Okay. Do you recognize People's Exhibit 222?
I do, sir.
What does it purport to be?
This is actually a Blu-ray disc containing a Celebrite of, I annotated it as Tisha's iPhone.
Okay. And when you do the
I love it when
Celebrite
somebody else
download,
has
you get the
like a
IMEI number. Is that right?
severely
Yes, sir.
overpriced.
Are you able to obtain phone number
item,
associated with a
'cause it
particular
makes
phone when you do
mine
the Celebrite?
look so
Depends.
much cheaper.
Okay.
At times we'll do an extraction with it just depends on the extraction.
Okay. Do you remember for this particular one if you're able to get the phone number in the report for this particular iPhone?
I don't recall. I can look at my report and see if that refreshes my memory.
Would that refresh your memory to look at your report?
Yes, sir.
You know, may he refresh his memory with his report?
You may go ahead.
Thank you.
Do you have it out there with you?
I have, yes, sir.
Okay.
And so that the record's clear, you're asking for the phone number that's identified with this Celebrite extraction, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Let's go gather.
Excuse me just a second here while I pull out my Papa glasses.
Oh, I didn't register for a duty.
Yes, sir. I believe I have that here.
Okay. What was the number associated with that particular iPhone?
843-655-740.
Okay. 843-655-7460, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. When you do an examination on a phone with the Celebrite process, do you examine the phone for any physical damage?
Yes, sir. Generally, I'll look at the phone and see if the screen is cracked. I'll try to annotate those things in the report.
What's the purpose of that?
Well, there's multiple purposes. One is we want to make sure that the device functions, so we're able to actually manipulate it to do the download. The other thing is we also want to make sure that we're showing the state of the phone when we receive it, so that down the road we can show that the phone's still in that same condition, that we didn't damage the phone or something.
Okay. Did this particular phone have any physical damage or defects?
Do you mind if I look at my report?
Would that refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
May you refresh his memory with his report, Your Honor?
You may go.
Thank you. I noted in the report that I observed no major defects on the device.
Okay. And then, did you in fact perform a Celebrite extraction of that particular phone?
Yes, sir.
Is that extraction on People's Exhibit 222 that's in the envelope in front of you?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission of People's Exhibit 222.
Defense?
Subject to objection raised in prior hearing.
Right, objections overruled. The exhibit
222
will be admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach with 224?
You may go ahead.
Yes, sir. Outstanding. Thank you.
Okay, I'll need it for
Have you had a chance to look over People's Exhibit 224?
Yes, sir.
What does it purport to be?
This is again a Blu-ray disc with a Celebrite of item number 671, which was an iPhone.
And when you examined this particular iPhone, did you have any contextual information about who this iPhone belonged to, where it came from, anything like that?
I don't recall. Actually, I may have heard that this was Tisha's other phone. I don't recall.
Okay. Was this by
had a
chance a phone that was seized
phone.
in South Carolina from the defendant?
Yeah, that was my understanding, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember, were you able to get the same kind of identifying information, IMEI, like you mentioned earlier, on this phone?
Yes, sir.
You know if you were able to get a phone number associated with this particular phone?
I believe we were, yes.
Okay. Do you remember off the top of your head what that phone number might have been?
I would have to refer to the report.
Would that refresh your memory if it's in there?
It would.
Okay. May he refresh his memory, Your Honor?
May go ahead.
Thank you.
Getting your glasses out again?
Yeah, either that or you'll have to hold it so I can see it further away. Like, sorry.
Your arm's not quite long enough anymore?
No, sir. They've gotten shorter, I think. Let's see. Okay. The phone number associated with this phone is 843-798-1700-1700.
Okay. Did you do a physical examination of this phone as well to look for any damage or defects?
I believe so.
You believe so, or you did, or didn't?
Yeah, I did. That was a
Okay.
matter. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember what the results were. We'll say that. So.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to look at your
would.
report? May he refresh his memory?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Actually, it looks like I didn't actually note on this one that any damage, which would indicate to me there probably wasn't any damage, but I didn't actually specifically note it in the report.
That's fine. Just so that we're very clear, though, did you say was or was not any damage?
I'm assuming there wasn't. I think I would have noted it if there was. However,
Okay.
I didn't specifically note it.
Okay. And then did you actually go ahead and perform the Celebrite extraction on that particular device as well?
Yes, sir.
Similar to the last device that we just talked about, did you place that on the disk, and that's what's in People's Exhibit 224?
Yes, sir.
All right, move for admission of People's 224.
That's same objection. Overruled. Exhibit 224 will be admitted.
Okay. For these particular two devices, did you do anything beyond extracting and putting them on disk and admitting into evidence?
There were a team of us that kind of looked through things. I don't recall that there was anything specifically that I did that somebody else didn't do as well that wouldn't have been annotated by them.
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Polini.
Detective Howard.
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm not too bad. Sorry. So just so I understand, if somebody gives you a phone, then you hook it up to the Celebrite, and the Celebrite basically takes everything off of it it can, and that's put in a disk for the detective then to go through.
Effectively, there's kind of an intermediate step where we use that other software. There's the UFED software which actually pulls the information, and then the physical analyzer software is a second piece of software that actually goes through that information and turns it into something that people can read. And then I create the report from that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, as far as like the information that is being taken from the cell phone by Celebrite, that's not contained by any dates or any other parameters. That would be up to the detective who does the search.
Correct, because Celebrite doesn't. It would be kind of like if you had a self-driving car
Yep.
and you only taught it to recognize stop signs. You wouldn't want to trust that car to drive you around town because it doesn't know the rest of it, right?
Sure.
And so Celebrite knows 400 out of 4 million applications that it knows how to sort through. So we pull as much as we can so that we have the ability, if we need to manually sort through the other things. If that makes any
So,
sense.
I mean, the Celebrite will basically pull years and years. If I've had a cell phone for 5 years, it would literally possibly pull 5 years worth of text messages.
Maybe more. If you had pulled that information, if you had pulled information from another device over to your phone at some point, you'd say you're all the way back to whenever Android started. So, so yeah, that's how
no
it works.
way.
Okay.
That's so much fucking
Absolutely.
data.
Redirect. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Bowman? Oh, all right, thank you, sir. You may step
Even
down.
given the
very
fact that like
Excuse me,
max
please.
at one
Yes,
point
Sergeant
was
Kurt
like
Smith.
32. Now they're it's amazing. Now like the lowest is like
Sergeant Smith, if you would step forward and raise your
64.
right hand, please, sir. Do you swear from the testimony about
Which
this
is
testimony, the truth, the whole
crazy.
truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat and witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
You all situated?
Yes, sir.
Good. Good afternoon, or good morning, I should say. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Kurt Smith, Kurtsmith, and I'm a sergeant with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
Since 2006.
What is your current assignment with the sheriff's office?
I'm currently the sergeant of the Major Crimes Unit.
What are your duties associated with that assignment?
We investigate homicides, officer-involved shootings, kidnappings, major felonies. I currently
follow the
oversee 7
person that
detectives
has
who
the-
lead those investigations.
So that jumps into what I was going to ask about specifically as a sergeant, what you do, and is it basically overseeing those detectives in their investigative efforts?
Yes, we manage their caseload. We manage and keep track of how the case is going, making sure it's thorough, accurate, making sure that all the leads are being followed up on, and making sure that they have the resources that they need to do their job.
What was your assignment with the sheriff's office back in January 2020?
I was the Special Victims Unit Sergeant, so I worked in the same investigation division, but I supervised 6 detectives who were doing crimes against children, things like that.
Did you get involved with the investigation into Gannon Stout and him being missing?
Yes, sir.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was assigned to do several tasks. Obviously, it was a large investigation, so everybody within the division was assigned to a task or 2 at the time.
At some point, did you have get assigned a task to perform a Celebrite extraction of a particular cell phone?
Yes, sir.
What kind of training do you have that allowed you to do that Celebrite extraction?
In 2014, I was transferred to the investigation division as a detective. During that time period, I was trained how to operate the Celebrite equipment. Since that time, I've done about 75 roughly downloads of cell phones.
Describe, and I don't need you to go into as much depth as we did with the last witness because we just talked about the same concept, but describe what that process looks like when you are trying to extract data from a cell phone from your perspective.
So you would plug in a phone to get
How
a
do you
charge.
tell?
You would plug the phone into the Celebrite machine. You go through and you have several options of different extractions that you could do, and basically it creates an image of the phone. So it's basically like creating a copy of that phone that goes in the computer, and then the Celebrite software will decode it, for a better word, and give you a report of what's on the phone itself.
What do you do with the information once you extract it from a phone?
The phone is usually, it's generated into a report that's readable. It's usually a PDF or a couple different fonts or formats. That I burn to a disk and I place in evidence. I also give a copy to the detective so they can go through and look at the phone and see what's on it.
Okay. You're on my approach with People's Exhibit
Holy
227?
struggle bus.
You may.
Ah, words are hard.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize 227?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Doom.
It's a Blu-ray disc. It's item number 45 inside of an envelope.
What does the Blu-ray disc contain?
The Blu-rays contains
Yeah.
the Celebrate report.
Why is
for the phone
everybody
that I
stepping
did.
on the Doom
Do you know
things?
which particular phone this was?
It was an iPhone 6, but I can't tell you whose phone it was, sir.
Okay. On the evidence label, does it give you some identifying information about the particular phone?
Yes, sir. It says it's the kid's phone.
Thank you, healers.
He's reading off the evidence label, Your
Overruled.
Honor. What does it specifically say? If you could just read it.
That being said, I'm
It says
sure.
Blu-ray
I-
containing Celebrate report from kid's
What?
phone,
Why
iPhone
can't
6.
I target?
Does that disc then contain the Celebrite of that iPhone 6 that you did a Celebrite download on?
I don't know
Yes,
where
sir.
to go.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that Celebrite report?
Yes, sir.
So I'm
I
just
move for admission of People's Exhibit 227.
let the healers be OP.
Exhibit 227 will be admitted.
Similar to what we just talked about with the last detective that was on the stand, once it's on that disc and downloaded from the phone, is that then accessible for the greater investigation if detectives want to access it to maybe search for specific things that might have been contained on that phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that the case with this
Got the
particular disc?
Doom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination, Mr. Twain. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Sergeant Smith? No? All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You may
Why
step
can't
down.
Ready for we may approach?
You may.
Oh, do you want to go? I was going to do it. Okay, go ahead.
Did I just get Doom put on me? Gah! Okay, I didn't have Doom. Nice.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have seen a number of conferences up here, and you're not going to be surprised, but we were talking about a break for this morning. Trials are dicey things. Sometimes witnesses go a lot faster than you think they're going to, and sometimes they take a lot longer than you think you're going to. So the downside here is that we have some time that we're not going to be able to use, but what we're going to do is have you come back from lunch early, so we'll have you come back at 1 o'clock, and we should be able to start right on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any independent research about any aspect of this case, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock then. All rise for the jury, please.
Also, if you know that sound, then May the 4th be with you. Oh my gosh. May the 4th. I can't. And it took me that long. That's why we shouldn't have punny days. We should just appreciate the.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom.
Ness.
Is there anything else we need to pick up at this point in time? Prosecution?
No,
Defense? Okay. We'll see everybody back at 1 o'clock then. Thank you.
All rise.
Alright, no extra things and stuff. Should we just go ahead and start day 2? Until I'm done with maybe all the trials at 7. Oh, I do have to do dinner earlier since D&D tonight. Trying to turn. There we go. Pew, 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 pew. All right. So that's the end of day 5, part 1. I think they separated it into parts because of this having had the potential for the gore and such like that. That being said, no, I have leftovers. Oh, fuck yes, I have leftovers from yesterday, so I don't even need to cook. I made Alfredo with sweet peas, which is scrumptious. I did forget the fucking garlic and onion powder, but still good. It's like a 4-cheese yum. I'm gonna quickly tab out and then see if I can get to part
80 for Brady is like right.
while still contributing. Standing for
Detective, if
jury.
you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last for the record?
Detective Christina Perry, Perry.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 9 years.
And what are your current duties?
I'm still a detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office under the Special Victims Unit.
And what is a Special Victims Unit?
Typically, we do cases involving children, cases involving at-risk adults, and sex crimes.
How about in January of 2020? Where were you assigned within the Sheriff's Office?
I was with the El
And
Paso County
on
Sheriff's Office as a detective in the Financial Crimes
consult
Unit.
for NCIS.
Were you asked to assist in the investigation in the disappearance of Gannon Stout?
Yes, sir.
And what
But
was your
not
role?
really, otherwise they would get
I'm sorry,
some
as
shit.
far as...
You had a lot of roles, right?
Yeah,
Is
there
that why it
was-
was tough to answer?
Yes.
Let's talk about the investigation kind of as a whole. Was there a group of detectives working together, sharing information, following leads in the search in the hopes of finding Gannon Stout?
Yes, sir. Due to the size of this investigation, it was kind of an all hands on deck. We were all involved in assisting with this investigation.
Back on January 28th of 2020, were you assigned to look into some social media pages regarding the disappearance of Gannon Stout?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. What was that all about?
So I was trying to kind of gather more information because we were at an early point in the investigation, kind of just trying to figure out any little lead that we could go off of. And I found a variety of different search groups that were titled things like Gannon Stotch Search Party, Where's Gannon Stotch? And so it's kind of a variety of different groups. So I started using a undercover Facebook profile that is used solely for investigative purposes to get into those groups to see if there's anybody that was posting messages about what was going on, or if there was any intel that we could gather by following those groups.
So would you routinely look at those different pages to see if there's any investigatory leads?
Yes, sir.
Things?
I mean, it's been tracked.
Back on January 28th of 2020, were you, along with Detective Bethel, in the process of interviewing Al Stout and the defendant, Letitia Stout?
I believe so, yes.
And Were you present during the first interview at the police department with Al Stalk?
I was present, however, I believe that was the time that I was
And I
working on the
think I
Facebook group,
have-
so I was not necessarily watching the entire interview.
Were you present when
Only
Mr.
like
Stout
2
called in and
duties
said, hey, I got
left,
some additional
so.
information to give you?
Yes, sir.
And what was that additional information? Do you recall?
Short string today.
I know the interaction was Detective
my-
Bethel was on the phone with Mr. Stotch, and he had had some additional information about Ms. Stotch's Tiguan not being at the residence.
Did he indicate to you that he went to French Elementary School and didn't see the car there, and that was troublesome because Ms. Stout had told him that's where the Tiguan was at?
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
And what did that cause you to do as a result of getting that information?
So myself and Sergeant Kurt Smith went to look at the surrounding schools, to include French Elementary, to see if we were able to locate her Tiguan.
And do you remember about what time of night that would have happened at?
I believe it was
So did
about
they ever
7:30, a
recover the
little bit
car?
after.
If your report indicates that you went to Mesa Ridge High School at 7:37 p.m. on January 28, 2020, would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
And is that the first area you went to go look for the Tiguan at?
I believe so, yes.
And did you and Sergeant Smith go to the Colorado Springs Airport to look for the Tiguan?
We did not. I went with Detective Marissa Williams.
Okay, so you and Detective Williams went to the airport.
Yes, sir.
What time did you go to look for the Tiguan at the airport?
I do not recall.
Would it have been after 7:37 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And why did you go to the airport to look for the Tiguan?
So we knew that she had obtained a rental car, which we were notified by Mr.
What
Stotch.
is
So
he
we
eating? I just got fucking eaten.
thought that most people get their rental cars from the airport, so we thought we would go and kind of trace the steps, see if we were able to locate the Tiguan at the airport.
And where did you look at the airport, within the airport, looking for this vehicle?
So we had checked the short-term lots as well as the long-term lot, I believe.
Did you go to the rental car return area as well?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to locate this black Tiguan that Ms. Stock was driving?
No, sir.
Did you later learn as to when that Tiguan had left the airport?
I did. I do not recall what time it was right now, though.
Were you involved in the search of the Tiguan?
I was not.
Okay, we'll cover that with someone else then. Were you asked to go to the residence to pick up some additional witnesses, i.e. Gannon Stalk's sister, Lena Stalk?
Yes, sir.
What was that all about? Tell the jury about that.
So we wanted to conduct a forensic interview with Lena Stotch, and so I was requested to come in with Detective Williams or transport Lena to the office of the sheriff for that interview.
And did you do that?
We got there, and Detective Williams ended up driving her herself while I stayed to assist with the search of the residence.
Did you also come into contact with an individual by the name of Harley Hunt?
Yes, sir.
And do you know who Harley Hunt is?
Yes, my understanding is that Harley Hunt was Miss Stotch's daughter.
And did you or anyone else attempt to interview Harley Hunt on January 28,
And they didn't
2020,
define
when you
who's
went
gonna
back to the
eat
residence?
Yes, sir. When I was there,
gastric
Detective Arndt
stuff.
had advised me that she had tried to speak with Harley, and Harley had refused to respond to the office for an
This is
interview
a
and
cute,
refused to
silly
give any
boss.
information.
He has a rumbly.
And while you're there at the
tumbly,
residence, do you remember about what time you got back there?
pooter-dooters.
I would have to reference my report.
If your report says 10 p.m., would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
So 10 p.m., January 28, 2020, you're at 6627 Mandan.
Yes, sir.
And who else was there? Do you recall to conduct the search?
I know there was Detective Farrell, Detective Arndt, and Detective V. Hill were also present.
And what was your role in that part of the search?
So I perform scribe duties. And scribe duties is I record all evidence that's collected and assist with putting it into packaging to be transported to our evidence facility.
And so, could you explain that process to the jury? Do other detectives collect the evidence, give it to you, you bag and tag it, so to speak?
Yes, sir. So when you perform scribe duties, it's like a carbon copy piece of paper, and every item that another detective finds during the search, they would bring me. I would package it in an envelope and collect it all in one place, and then I was responsible for transporting it to the evidence facility when it would later be processed into evidence and completely sealed and everything.
And approximately how long were you there? Do you recall?
No, several hours.
And did you have further contact with Harley Hunt at that time?
While I was waiting for other detectives, I spoke with her kind of about various topics. She had notified me about her career aspirations and about kind of different various things, but if I would mention anything involving her brother, she would refuse to talk to me.
Was that unusual to you?
It seemed odd, yes.
Was she otherwise pretty talkative when she didn't talk about the reason why you're at the house searching?
Yes, sir.
And did you note the things that you actually bagged and later submitted into the evidence
Because
log?
she's a narcissist.
Do you have, can you
who
tell the
just
jury those
wants
items
to
and I can help
talk
you
about
refresh?
I have
herself.
a copy of my report if I can reference.
If you could turn to, it would be page date stamp 10075, 5 of 6 of your report.
Getting out. Getting out.
Have you done that?
Yes, sir.
Here are the items that you bagged and later submitted into evidence.
Okay. We collected a burned carpet square found in the trash can located in the backyard of the house.
We killed the bat in your tummy,
And this was found by
puppy.
Detective Farrell.
You should be feeling better.
A candle that appeared to have carpet fibers, a sock, and other items melted into the wax. This was found in a different trash can located in the back of the house by Detective Farrell.
How many objectives that you're saying that where the stuff was found and who found it would have to be related by somebody else?
Mr. Young?
Yeah, and it goes to
What
the
does
chain of
this have to do
custody.
with the fact
Detective
that
Farrell's
my,
going to be testifying
client
next, and
is
he's going to cover these
absolutely
items.
batshit
But since
fucking
she's the one that
crazy
actually
and
put them in
murderous?
envelopes and sealed them, I've got to be able to cover it with her.
Overruled.
I think you're on number 3 there.
Yes, number 3 was swabs from a black and white Nike woman's right shoe. This was found in the laundry room by the garage by Detective Farrell. swabs from a black and white woman's left shoe. This was found in the laundry room by the garage by Detective Farrell. Swabs of the light switch located in the basement hallway outside of Gannon's room, collected by Detective Farrell. Swabs of the light switch located inside Gannon's room in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Farrell. Swabs of Gannon's bed located on the east wall of the room in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Pete Vigil. Additional swabs of Gannon's bed located on the east wall of the room in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Vigil. Swabs of the exterior side of Gannon's door in the basement of the home, collected by Detective Vigil.
So you noted who collected those items. Would those detectives physically hand those items over to you for you to seal them in an envelope?
Correct. I would place them into an envelope and we would close it but not completely seal it until it was later processed at the evidence facility.
And did you later process those items at the evidence facility?
Yes, sir.
And did you seal them with tape?
Correct.
And is that so when the items would go to the lab for testing, they would be sealed until someone from the lab opened them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me turn your attention now to January 29th of 2020. Were you at the El Paso County Sheriff's Police Department here, right downtown?
Sheriff's Office,
Why
yes,
is
sir.
it taking
Is that on
us
Burma
so
Home to Home,
long
just across the street?
to kill him? It's never taken this long.
Were you there waiting for Miss Stout, the defendant, to show up for an interview?
Yes, sir.
And did she show up?
No, sir.
Did she show up late?
I believe she showed up later after I had already left.
Okay. When she arrived, did you go out to look at the vehicle that she arrived in?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what kind of vehicle did she arrive in?
In her VW Tiguan.
And is this the same VW Tiguan that you were looking for the night before?
Yes, sir.
You had a description of it, I take it?
Yes, sir.
Did you have photos of it?
Yes.
Did you recognize it? Where did you see it on the 29th when Miss Stout came down to the Sheriff's Department?
She was parked inside the El Paso County Sheriff's Office parking facility that is located off of Custia. And it was parked, I believe, on the 3rd floor when we located it.
And what was its condition when you saw it?
It appeared to be freshly washed. There was still water droplets all over the outside of it.
How do you know it was freshly washed?
It was a otherwise dry day. It wasn't
Somebody
raining,
get her
and so
too.
the presence of water on the entire exterior was unusual.
And was Detective Farrell with you at that point?
I believe so, yes.
And did he take pictures of the vehicle?
I believe so.
The chill situation, but I mean, fuck.
And did you later assist in obtaining a search warrant to search that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Based on what Miss Stout had to say in her interview, did you help obtain another warrant to search the house at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
And as far as you know, did that house go back and be searched on January 29th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Were you involved in that at all?
I believe that one was just the Metro Crime Lab.
Did you also have an opportunity to do what's called a canvass? Of various dumpsters in the University Shopping Center?
Yes, sir.
Why did you go to the University Shopping Center to do that?
So we had received information that Miss Stock was seen at the Petco located at University Village on 2 occasions that day.
This would have been what day? Do you recall?
I believe the 28th. But
If your report indicates it was
sorry,
January.
27th. There we go, sorry.
So January 27th, 2020, you had information that Ms. Stout was at this shopping center?
Yes, sir.
And so what is a canvas of dumpsters? What does that mean?
So kind of looking for something out of place, perhaps something that would have been at the home that was removed from the home prior to our search, such as a suitcase or bedding or something along those lines.
Okay. Were you able to find anything in looking in those dumpsters and things?
No, sir.
And do you know how many times Ms. Stout went to that particular shopping area that day?
I believe it was 2 times.
And we're going to look at some surveillance video from some neighbor's house later on this afternoon. Does that coincide with some of the times that we see Ms. Stout leaving her residence?
Yes, sir.
We'll take you to January 31st of 2020 now. Did you receive some information that Ms. Stout may had rented another vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What was that information, and can you share that with the jury?
I have to reference my report to remember the model of that vehicle.
Sure. We can go to page, it's bait stamp 01200. It would be page 3 of 3 of your report dated January 31st, 2020.
I apologize, I do not have that report with me.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Humphrey, you can read that top paragraph to yourself.
Thank you.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
You know the make and model of the car that Ms. Stout was understanding may have rented at that time?
Yes, sir. I had been advised by Detective Farrell that she had rented a Nissan Altima.
And did you later learn that it was actually her aunt who had rented that vehicle?
I don't think I had been made aware of that.
Did you do anything to obtain a GPS or a warrant to put a GPS device on that particular vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And why did you do that?
So due to kind of the ongoing issues we've been having with knowing her Miss Stock's location, because it had kept she kept telling us she was on her way and that she wouldn't be, and everything going on. We were afraid there was a chance of her fleeing. She had a lot of family out of state, so we were concerned that she may try to return out of state, and
She's
so
a
we
flight
decided to get a
risk.
tracking warrant to be aware of her location.
And did you in fact do that?
Yes, sir.
And do you know whether or not a tracking unit was placed on that vehicle?
It was.
Did you also have information with regards to some financial transactions that were taking place, Stout and Harley Hunt and their various bank accounts?
Yes, sir. We were made aware that a large amount of money had been transferred into Ms. Stotch's account, I believe from Harley's account.
And would that have been $2,600?
Yes, sir.
And was that concerning to the fact they may be leaving the area due to that transaction?
Yes, sir. That kind of corroborated our thought of she'd be moving this money so that she was able to flee the state.
And do you know where Ms. Stout was from?
South Carolina.
And now I want to turn your attention to February 1st of 2020. Have you still been continuing watching these social media groups regarding Gannon Stout and things like that?
Yes, sir.
And did you at one point look into a group that called Support T Stout or words to that effect?
Yes, sir.
And was that on Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything unusual in those postings during this time period?
If I recall, that was the account that there was a family member of Ms. Stotch posting on that page.
And during the course of the investigation, did you learn of a photograph that was taken of Gannon Stout while he was in bed during the early morning hours of January 27th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And did that cause you to look for anything based on those photographs?
Yes, sir. We had observed that the photograph with Gannon had a specific set of bedding in it that was not located during any of the previous search warrants at the residence.
At this time, I request to publish Exhibit 20 that's already been admitted in evidence.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Judge. Okay, behind you and to my left is People's Exhibit 20. Is that the photograph you're talking about that you learned was taken on the early morning hours of January 27, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And what is it in this photograph? What items are you looking for at this point?
So the red blanket with the snowflakes on it had not been located, as well as the sheet that is up above him, not the one that's on the bed, but it's blue and I believe it has airplanes on it.
Okay.
Or anchors, I'm sorry.
Anchors?
Yes.
And what about the pillow? Was the pillow ever recovered or ever found?
No, sir.
And so what did you do? We can take that down now, thanks. But what did you do to look for these items and where did you go?
So we looked at a couple different locations. The primary one being we went to the El Paso County Transfer Station, known as the dump, and we had the staff locate the area of trash that had been collected around the time frame of the 27th, and they had told us where those items were, and we conducted a search of all of the trash and garbage, attempting to locate that bedding.
And would this be the landfill or, as
Yes,
you said,
sir.
the dump?
Yes, sir.
And did you search in the areas where that neighborhood, that trash would go to?
Yes, sir. They had located where that area had been dumped, and we were able to identify mail from different addresses on Mandan and Intrepid and in that area.
And did you find anything related to 6627 Mandan Drive?
No, sir.
I'm going to jump to February 4th now of 2020. Were you also assigned to review various surveillance videos from residents?
Yes, sir.
And would these be like Ring video or doorbell videos, those type of things?
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to start out with video footage from 6643 Mandan Drive. Are you familiar with that address?
Yes, sir.
And did you review all the video from that particular address?
Yes, sir.
And just so we're clear, are some of these videos different? Are some of them motion activated and some of them 24/7?
Yes, sir. There's different
fucking
types of
got
video surveillances.
hail.
Some of them are set by the user that is able to only alert when there's motion within a certain distance, and they're able to adjust it, so
Yesterday.
they may only turn on if somebody approaches the front door, whereas others record constantly.
And the one we're going to talk about, 6643 Mandan, does that
was
record constantly?
Yes, sir.
Did you sit down and watch hours and hours of surveillance video just to see what happens during the course of the 26th, the 27th, into the 28th?
Any
Yes, sir.
weird weather where y'all are at? It's quite spontaneous.
So you're a busy attorney.
Nah. I do, however, need to switch fairly a little bit faster. There we go. Ooh, that looks handy. Ooh, I want one of those. Oh, that looks cool. Fuck you, ads. Bet you you're not as good as you say, though.
What were you looking for?
Trying to see if there was anything that we could go off of as far as suspicious activity, if we could see the time frames where Gannon was seen last, if we could kind of piece together the story of what happened.
Were you also looking for cooperative evidence of things that Ms. Stout had told Detective Bethel and other members of your organization?
Yes, sir.
Were you familiar with this story about her being raped and somebody, construction guy, coming to the house, carpet guy named Eduardo, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
And were you watching this video nonstop to see if anybody would come or leave from that residence, especially in a truck that had carpet repair on it?
Yes, sir.
And was that based on what Ms. Stout was telling you?
Yes, sir.
Or not telling you, but telling members of your team?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see a construction worker go in and out of the residence at the time frame that Gannon Stout went missing?
No, sir.
When you're reviewing these particular videos, were you familiar with the people who lived at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Knew what Al Stout looked like?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what Letitia Stout looked like?
Yes, sir.
Did you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
Ms. Stout is wearing a light pink shirt.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant?
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Did you know what Lena Stout looked like?
Yes, sir.
And Lena was the 8-year-old girl that lived there?
Yes, sir.
And did you know what Gannon Stout looked like?
Yes, sir.
How about Harley Hunt?
Yes, sir.
You actually met Harley on the night of the 28th, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you know what vehicles were associated? We'll start with Harley. What kind of vehicle was Harley driving?
I remember hers was a silver sedan. I don't recall what model hers was.
Was it a white Volkswagen Jetta?
Sorry, white, yes, sir.
Okay. And we already talked about Miss Stout and the black Tiguan Volkswagen.
Yes, sir.
Was there another vehicle that was assigned or that Al Stout drove?
Yes, sir. There was a red Nissan Frontier.
And so as you're watching the videos, if you saw those vehicles move around, would you make note of it in your report?
Yes, sir.
If you saw those individuals walking around, would you make note of that in your report?
Yes, sir.
And obviously, if you saw a carpet worker named Eduardo go in the house and leave with a suitcase, would you put that in your report?
Yes, sir.
Only
see that?
specifically
No, sir, I did
Eduardo,
not.
though.
When you were looking for the blankets and the pillow and the covers from Gannon's bed, did you have any information that you were them?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
It's not the first time I heard that. Did you have any GPS information as to Miss Stout and her phone?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what a Life 360 app is?
Yes, sir.
And was there a Life 360 app associated with the defendant, Miss Stout?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to track her whereabouts based on that app?
Yes, sir.
You know what a Life 360 app does?
Yes. Yes, sir.
What does it do?
So it's an app used a lot of time with families, so you're able to know where your family members are and it tracks your location.
And so were you able to search various areas that Miss Stout may have been looking for items that might be related to this investigation?
Yes,
There's an
Did you find
IRL
it?
for that.
No, sir.
It's
Now,
communication.
We talked about dumpsters and canvassing dumpsters and things like that. Is it critical that you get to the dumpsters before the dumpsters go to, your words, the dump?
Yes, sir.
And by the time you get to this Life 360 app, had several days gone by?
Yes, sir.
In front of you, there's a series of discs. I'd like to start with People's Exhibit 41, which should be the one on top. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is People's Exhibit 41?
It is a disc containing video footage from 6643 Mandan Drive.
And would that be related to January 27th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Approximately 10:13 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc?
I did.
How do you know that?
My initials and date are on the top of the CD.
And does this particular disc have 2 clips on it?
Yes, sir.
And is it the disc that shows 6627 Mandan Drive from 6643 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
And does it accurately depict a black Tiguan, a red Nissan truck in that area?
Yes, sir.
And does it accurately depict the video that you reviewed from that location?
Yes, sir.
We move to admit People's Exhibit 41 at this time.
Okay. Exhibit 41 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Let's go to 42 now. Do you see People's Exhibit 42?
Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 42?
It is going to be another video clip that depicts from 6643 that depicts 6627 that is later in the day than the first disc.
We talked about the Petco situation where Ms. Stout went there a couple times in an afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Are these time frames when the vehicle leaves and when the vehicle come back consistent with what we know and when she was at the Petco?
Yes, sir.
And does People's Exhibit 42 accurately depict
Yeah.
the surveillance video that you saw from 6643 Mandan Drive at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 42.
No objection. Exhibit 42 will be admitted as well.
Now, in People's Exhibit 42, can you see individuals get out of this red Nissan truck?
Yes, sir.
And People's Exhibit 43, is that an enhanced version of People's Exhibit 42 so you can zoom in and see, for instance, individuals getting out of the truck at a closer view?
Yes, sir.
And does that accurately depict People's Exhibit 42, or at least a portion of that, as to when these individuals get out of the truck?
Yes, sir.
And can you see it more clear because of the zoomed-in, focused version?
Yes, sir.
So
We would move
fast.
to admit People's Exhibit 43.
Defense. Exhibit 43 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Next one is going to be People's Exhibit 46. What is People's Exhibit 46?
It's going to be another clip from the same address pointed at 6643 and shows Lena arriving home later in the day.
And is that accurately depict the video that you saw from 6643 Mandan Drive that depicts 6627 Mandan Drive when Lena gets home from school?
Yes, sir.
And does it depict Lena out in front of the residence for a certain amount of time after she gets home from school?
Yes, sir.
And does it accurately depict that as to what you saw on 6643 from 6643 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 46.
Defense. Exhibit 46 will be admitted.
And then People's Exhibit 47. Do you have that? What is People's Exhibit 47?
So that's going to be later again in the day once Harley returns home to the house.
And again, does that accurately depict that portion of the video that you reviewed from 6643 Mandan Drive?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 47.
Okay. Exhibit 47 will be admitted.
And then finally, we have People's Exhibit 220 there. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
What is People's Exhibit 220?
That is when the vehicle leaves the house later in the day.
Would that be the next day of January 28, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And did you review the surveillance video on the 28th in the morning hours?
Yes, sir.
From 6643 Mandan Drive. Does that People's Exhibit 220 accurately depict what you saw? A vehicle leaving 6627, another vehicle backing out and backing into the garage?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 220.
Defense? Okay. Exhibit 220 will be admitted.
Okay. So we're going to go back to People's Exhibit 41. We indicated that it's 2 clips. Can you just briefly summarize what we're about to see, or would you prefer to do that after we see it?
I prefer to do it after.
I had a feeling you were going to say that. That's why I threw that in there. So why don't we publish People's Exhibit 41? And again, these are 2 clips. We'll start with the first clip on the disc, okay?
My bad.
So why don't we pause that real quick if you don't mind? I'm sorry, Mr. Gratiano. So now that we see the first slides of this, People's Exhibit 41, can you point out what we're looking at and where 6627 would be located? There should be a pointer. I say pointer. That.
Yes, sir. So right here is the red Nissan Frontier associated to this address. So this house right here would be 6627.
And can we see the black teeth line in this image?
Yes, sir. The black key line.
And so would 6643 be a couple houses north of 6627?
Yes, sir.
So we're now looking from north to the south towards 6627. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and hit play, please. Pause, please. We see an individual walking there to the red Nissan truck. Do you know who that individual is?
It appeared to be Gannon.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, sir.
Well, does Gannon drive the truck?
No, sir. Can we? Sorry, go.
Is that hard for you to see from there?
Yes, sir.
Why don't we continue to play and watch and see what happens? Okay.
Right.
Do you love boating? Well, Freedom Boat Club makes boating easier than ever. At Freedom Boat Club, we buy the boats and you
Actually,
enjoy them.
would really. Aw, Pittsburgh. Nice. Right?
That's how it works.
Yeah, those bridges
First,
look familiar.
we buy and maintain.
Yeah, that's Pittsburgh. Okay. Just a whole lot of footage.
Does that kind of refresh your recollection of who that might be?
Yes, sir. I believe that was Miss Stush moving the truck.
The defendant, Ms. Stout?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can we go ahead and resume, please? Thank you. Can we pause it, please? Now we see an individual walk towards the back of the red Nissan. Do you know who that individual is?
I apologize for before that was Gannon.
Is this when we see Gannon come to the truck?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall the clothing that he had on?
I do not.
Is it a little bit more difficult to see on these TV monitors than a computer?
Yes, sir.
I imagine when you're watching these videos, you're probably looking at a computer screen.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and hit resume, please.
I'm just gonna heal rather than help with damage because I want to watch. Usually you can get away with just listening, but actual footage.
that's clip 1 for the record. It's approximately 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Now, clip 2, does that overlap clip 1 a little bit? Will we pick up towards the end of clip 1 and then take it from there?
Yes, sir.
You can play clip 2 now, please.
So they're in the top corner there? So I feel like I've seen jack shit. And he has a high fiber diet. So I really should be seeing more. Nearby disposal chute. So that's the car driving off. And so since it's the neighbors, that's why it's so difficult to see. Incoming fire.
Okay, for the record, that concludes clip 2 of People's Exhibit 41, which is 3 minutes and 1 second long. We talked about when you initially saw this video, you were sitting at a computer screen. Would you take notes as to what you actually saw happening and then later transfer those notes to a report?
Yes, sir.
And do you have that report there in front of you?
I believe so.
I'll direct you to page 3 of 4 of your report dated March 10th, 2020. Page stamp 11137.
I'm sorry, you said March 10th?
Yes.
I do not have that one with me.
Okay. Let me approach on it.
Me.
A copy of the report?
Yes, sir.
And do you have the descriptions of what you see taking place on the video as you're watching it from your computer screen?
Yes, sir.
And can you just kind of read to yourself what you have noted from People's Exhibit 41 that we just saw when Gannon and the defendant leave in the red Frontier truck?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to do that?
Yes, sir.
And in your report, you specifically put who walks out to the truck when it's in the street, gets in it, drives out, and backs into the driveway.
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Miss Dodge.
And when you're watching this on your computer, are you able to go back and watch it several times and make sure you got everything right?
Yes, sir.
Or is that a
Now,
tactic? And in which case,
You
I
also
love it.
note when they come back out of the house and the truck is in the driveway, who gets in and who's where.
Yes, sir.
Who do you know? What do you note there?
I'd observed that Gannon stepped into the driver's side back seat, and Miss Stock appeared to get into the driver's seat after she walked back inside and then came back out.
And do you have a time for that particular action?
Yes, that was at 10:13 a.m.
And do you have a time for when they actually leave?
That was at 10:15 a.m.
And does that coincide with this Petco trip that we talked about where she's seen at the Petco area and you searched that shopping area?
Yes, sir.
Now, before we play People's Exhibit 42, what I'd like to do is have you summarize what we're about to see in People's Exhibit 42, okay? Can you do that?
Yes, sir. So in
Yes,
that
sir.
exhibit, one of the other vehicles is leaving the house.
Well, it's People's Exhibit 42 when they come back after they leave at 2:20 p.m. in the afternoon on January 27th.
Oh, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong disc. This is confusing me. Okay, yeah, sorry. 42 is when they are seen returning back to the residence.
Okay, so what do you see? What do you see on the video, and what did you note as you're watching it closely at your desk?
So I observed that the red Frontier returns, and it was initially hard to tell because she's seen stepping out of the vehicle, and then upon closer examination, it was seen that a shadow is seen in the footage of what appears to be Gannon stepping out of the vehicle as well.
And does that happen as soon as the driver's side door opens in the video?
Yes, sir.
This time we request to publish People's Exhibit 42.
Me.
just.
How to kill all mosquitoes in the area in 90 seconds.
Lies! Oh my gosh, I just wasted my powerful heal on... Are they playing?
Give me pause attention. That's right. So we paused it at 2:35. Did you see the shadow you were talking about in this particular video clip?
It is hard to see from this distance.
Can you see it clearer in People's Exhibit 43?
Yes, sir.
Now, I probably should ask you this before we played this.
Shadow?
Where does the shadow come from?
I believe it is the back passenger's seat. The door opens. If I could refresh my recollection.
Well, it's on the opposite side of the truck that we're seeing here in the rear
Yeah.
passenger side seat, right side of the truck.
Yes, sir.
And does it happen very quickly in the door?
Yes, sir.
We can go ahead and resume, please.
Why would you not get that shit, like, ultra zoomed in and cleaned up? Like, I know that, like, they have to, like, fill in, and technically there's, like, thoughts of how it, like, falsifies evidence and shit like that whenever you, like, process it, but fuck. If anybody watched the, Rittenhouse case, you know what I'm talking about. Like, there's literally nothing you can really see on this. This is really disappointing. Like, I look up and stare for so long as my eyes start to water from the strain. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna need eye drops. Ah, my eyeballs. I really hope they like
That concludes People's Exhibit 42. It's 7 minutes and 26
say
seconds
what
long.
was supposed to.
I want to talk to you about the end there. We see the black Tiguan right back out of the driveway, turn around, and back into the driveway. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell whether or not it backed all the way into the garage?
Based on the shadows underneath the frontier, it appeared to back all the way into the garage.
And are you familiar with other surveillance video in this investigation from across the street, 6626 Mandan Drive?
No, sir.
You didn't watch that one?
I don't think so, no.
And at the end of People's Exhibit 42, we see some individuals, looks like they cross the street at the end of the road.
Yes, sir.
Start walking up the sidewalk.
Yes, sir.
Is that soon after the Tiguan is back into the garage?
Yes, sir.
And then we see a vehicle come by shortly after that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And obviously there's other surveillance video across the street at 6626. They would pick up that same activity so you can coincide the two different videos. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
We're gonna play People's Exhibit 43 now, and I just want to give it some context. It's not gonna be, excuse me, everything that we just saw in People's Exhibit 42. Tell us what we're gonna see.
So 43 is going to be the kind of zoomed in on those shadows that I referenced previously of being able to see a shadow consistent with somebody stepping out of the
Zoom
frontier.
is good.
Okay.
Here we go, team. Okay. Let me... There. Actually, let me... There. Man, she struggle busts parking.
That concludes People's Exhibit 43. It's 2 minutes
It
and
looked
40
like
seconds.
two people getting
Could
out
you
of
see
the
it
car.
clear in People's Exhibit 43, the leg drop on the other side of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And do you know whether or not the garage door was open or closed?
It's a
when they went
kiddo.
back?
I do not.
Would it be able to show it if it was from 6626 Mandan Drive across the street, if the garage was open or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you annotate in your report what time Ms. Stout moved the Tiguan to back it into the garage?
Yes. Yes, sir.
What time was that?
2:24 p.m.
And the next disc, People's Exhibit 46, is that approximately 3:11 p.m. when we see a school bus coming by that has Lane on it?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, publish People's Exhibit 46 now, please.
Well, you cannot have him. His dreams and ambitions, his body and soul, they're mine. Yeah! So I haven't seen Lana walk up yet. her? Okay, let me... Yeah, that would have been her. There was a little dot. Come on. I mean, it looks like she's hanging out next to the car. Just like an itty bitty little dot. So far away. I'm not in a great spot for this. Oh, this isn't gonna be fun. Shield, shield, shield. Whew. And if you looked away like I did, fear not, for they should reiterate what we were supposed to have seen. As this is the professional witness for that. We're taking all 4? Heal myself, heal myself, heal myself. Let's go. I can't heal others if I don't heal myself. Got him. Alright, and I do think that is the last daily for today. It is quite late. We'll pick up here again. 1:53 1:53:49. I have $49. All right. And so we'll pick up from here on part 2, day 5. Should be good. Only missing. Oh, sold something. Nice. Yeah. Only missing 3. That's not bad. I'm fine with that, to be honest. And I will catch y'all tomorrow. Okay, so word of the day, of course. Let me get everything set up so sounds aren't overdoing each other and things and stuff. Let's see. Thank you so much, XX Impulse ZZZ775 for the follow earlier today. I hope everybody's games went well. That was the Kindred from earlier today. I think second game might be doing some very late night, just a couple games of League, because today went actually really, really well. Maybe just one. We'll see. Archaic is the word of the day. Ancient, old-fashioned. Okay. Her archaic Commodore computer could not run the latest software. I mean, fuck, like, have a computer 1 year old? Same situation. Synonyms: ancient, antediluvian, antique, bygone, dated, dowdy, fusty, obsolete, old-fashioned. Did they do? Oh, my brain said, wait, the first one was dated. Now we're at outdated. Sorry if I just did that. They better run on top of each other. It's really confusing for my little brain. Anyway, outmoded, passé, prehistoric, stale, superannuated, superseded, vintage. All right, y'all. I fucking love and appreciate y'all. Hey, Yabernaki, I hope you've had a fantastic day. I hope any league you end up playing is going swell, and may you get a fantastic teammate. And let's see. Do you play ADC? I want to say you play ADC. May you get a good support, just good team in general. And I fucking love and appreciate y'all. Maybe catch y'all later tonight, but definitely we'll see y'all tomorrow. Ultimately, I will catch y'all on the flip side.